Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for starting your beautiful week with us. Let's see what's making headlines. Niger State takes federal government to Supreme Court over 13% derivation exclusion. World Bank plans $250 million help loan for Nigeria next month. BOI disburses 900 million naira to 262 SMEs in the Federal Capital Territory. Ukraine drone attack causes fire at Sochi oil depot, Russia says. Adebola Lookman hands in transfer request to force Inter Milan loan. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where Niger State has filed a lawsuit against the federal government at the Supreme Court, challenging its exclusion from the list of states receiving 13% derivation revenue. Niger State, in the suit submitted by a legal team led by Mohammed Ndarini, senior advocate of Nigeria, named the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice as the sole respondent. The suit challenges the federal government's failure to classify Niger as a state entitled to benefit from the 30% derivation, despite hosting major hydroelectric power infrastructure that significantly contributes to the national power supply. It also asked the courts to interpret and enforce Section 232 and 2nd of the 1999 Constitution as amended to mandate its inclusion in line with the Allocation of Revenue Act of 2004. According to Niger State, the federal government has failed to account for revenues generated from hydroelectric dams within its borders, arguing that the dams have been instrumental to national electricity supply since 1968. Moving on, the World Bank is expected to approve a $250 million loan to Nigeria by September under the third phase of its Earth Security Program in Western and Central Africa as the country's battles mounting health and economic challenges. According to an appraisal document published by the global lender, the proposed loan, scheduled for board approval on September 23, 2025, will be challenged towards improving Nigerians' ability to prevent, detect, and respond to health emergencies through strengthening systems and regional collaboration. The funding, which will reportedly come in the form of an International Development Association credit, is expected to be managed by the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, with the Federal Ministry of Finance serving as borrower. Still on, the Bank of Industry continues to disburse the 75 billion naira invention funds amid at improving MSMEs, creating over 75,000 direct jobs and 150,000 indirect jobs nationwide. According to the bank, no fewer than 666 businesses in the Federal Capital Territory have received approval, funding totaling 2.9 billion naira, while about 900 million naira has already been disbursed to 262 companies. This was revealed during a presidential loan clinic for MSMEs held in Abuja, where top government officials, industries, stakeholders, and beneficiaries gathered to deliberate on the progress and challenges surrounding the loan initiative. Speaking at the event, the managing director of the bank, Olusupu Olusi, provided clarity on the implementation status of the fund, saying some disbursements are being delayed due to incomplete documentation and other compliance gaps that could easily be resolved. To end the local news, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, has defended the proposed 712 billion naira for the renovation of the Murtala Mohammed International Airport Lagos project. Keyamo revealed that the renovation was necessary to modernize the country's busiest airport, accommodating surging passengers, traffic, and meet international world standards. The minister giving a breakdown insisted that there is need for proper innovation at the airport terminals, especially the building and facilities on Terminal 1, which became totally derelict due to the years of neglect and traffic beyond its capacity. The clarification followed widespread criticism over the proposed amount for the project, which some Nigerians see to be outrageous. Now, on the foreign scene, a massive oil depot fire near Russia's Black Sea resort of Sochi has been blamed by Moscow on an overnight Ukrainian drone attack. Governor revealed that the drone debris hit a fuel tank while 127 firefighters were tackling the blaze, which was later put out. According to reports, this led to temporary suspension of flights at the airport near Sochi, the venue of the 2014 Winter Olympic Games. Local officials, however, revealed that Russia again bombed a key bridge in Ukraine's southern city of Kherson, killing one man, leaving 7 people injured and several homes destroyed. Also, Dubai's Department of Economy and Terrorism says the country has attracted 9.88 million international visitors, at 6% increase compared to the same period last year. Crown Prince of Dubai, Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum announced that the performance underscores Dubai's ongoing efforts to establish itself as a premier global destination for tourism and business. According to report, the Western Europe continues to be the leading source of visitors, representing 22% of all arrivals, while the Gulf, Middle East, and North African regions showed robust growth collectively, making up 26% of total visitors. Reports revealed that the country's hospitality industry also demonstrated strong performance, with hotel occupancy hitting 80.6% and over 22.2 million rooms night booked. Now to sport, Nigeria international Ademola Lookman has formally submitted the transfer request in a bid to force through a summer move to Inter Milan. Transfer expert Fabrizio Romano announced that the African Player of the Year has officially asked to leave Atalanta after the club rejected Inter at least offer worth 450 million euros, including add-ons. Lookman revealed that his top priority is joining Inter this season, accusing Atalanta of going back on his word, refusing to accept what is described as a fair proposal. The striker revealed that Atalanta has previously agreed to leave him if a suitable offer came but now appears to be blocking his move. To end the news, Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen has smashed the Turkish Super League all-time transfer record after completing a €75 million permanent move to reigning champions Galatasaray from Napoli. The 27-year-old, who spent the 2024 and 2025 season on loan at Galatasaray, signed a 4-year deal with the Istanbul Giants, making him one of the highest paid players in Turkish football history. Reports reveal that Osimhen will earn €21 million per season, comprising a €15 million net salary, €1 million loyalty bonus, and €5 million in image rights. Galatasaray also confirmed that the €75 million transfer fee will be paid in 2 installments, including €40 million upfront and €35 million by the end of the 2025-2026 season, while Napoli will receive 10% any future profits from a subsequent sale. And that does it this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. I am Glory Brown. Up next is the newspaper review. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogundebi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the bdtv Breakfast Show, where we explore top headlines on the front pages of our dailies. I am Glory Brown, and joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is... Good to have you, Yanko Valentine.
Always the case.
Of us. Let's go straight to the conversation. On our front page of the Business Day, we're going to look at the Punch, the Guardian, and also the cartoon of the day. Let's look at the Business Day. The first headline we have here says, "How one policy fueled Nigerians' palm oil boom." Another one says, "Nigeria missing as OPEC plus raises output to regain market shares." First OTCO demonstrates resilience with robust half-year performance, growing gross earnings by 18.1 to 1.7 trillion naira. Mr. Valentine, we have a lot of
juicy stories
and juicy stories to look on the Business Day newspaper this morning. Let's look at how one policy fueled Nigerian palm oil boom.
I mean, so if you look at it, let's say you cannot discuss about things about the economy where we leave history aside. They go pari passu, but it was go together. In the 19th century, well, we're talking about 1950, 1960, 1970, palm oil was exported from Nigeria to Malaysia. Now, they have overrun us when it comes to palm oil exportation. In fact, it's adding huge, boom to their economy. It gets me thinking, why is it that we are so blinded with the fact that the coming of oil and gas has made us not see clearly that agriculture could take us to the next level? It is very, heartbreaking, but at the same time, you want to see it as misplaced priority. Look at what he's saying there right now. And what? That palm oil, boom. Now we're talking about palm oil, boom. How many years after? I mean, again, you can only talk about these things if we were in the corridor of power. We know who and who needs to be fished out to actually answer to these things. But most of them have come and gone. This, for me, is coming at a very later time. We should have experienced this oil boom a long time ago. But it's good enough that it's coming now. Imagine a country that took palm kernels from your own country, went to your country, that's Malaysia, and created a huge economy, huge business. And we're still here marking time because we discovered oil and gas, at that time. But anyways, it's good. I'm just throwing darts at those who care to listen. That yes, now we're looking at it, open the door to a new frontier. Let's hope that we seize this opportunity and begin to create a plan B for this nation, because we have no other nation. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Let's see how it goes from there.
But this one policy that fueled the boom of this Nigerian palm oil, has it been there ever since?
That's the thing.
Or why is it just...
It has always been there. The problem is, you see, the day we decide to move from a preemptive nation, right, to a preemptive nation, better for us. We don't have to sit down and wait for other sectors to begin to experience problems before we begin to wake up and say, wait a minute, we've got agriculture. Wait a minute, we have palm kernel. Wait a minute, we have palm oil. Do you know the byproduct of palm kernel? A lot of things you can get from it. The palm itself, right? Of course, locally you can get brooms from it. We can make toothpicks from it. A lot of things. Yet, at this point, we still import toothpicks. If I can go on and on and on. The reason why I might sound a bit, pain is because we haven't understood how blessed we are in this nation, Nigeria. We used to be called the big brother of Africa. Are we still the big brother of Africa? And I'm not talking about the reality show right now. I'm talking about what's on ground. Are we still the giant of Africa? It's a big question. But the one I can tell you very quickly, right, trying to analyze this story is this. One thing for sure. If this is an eye-opener, then we better keep our eyes open. Wide open. And begin to tap into the possibilities and opportunities. We will meet roadblocks. We'll meet some bad eggs.
I agree with what you said, that we need to tap into the possibility of agriculture, because if we take a very good look at it for some time now, the agricultural sector has been not totally neglected anyway.
Just dormant for a bit. But it has been adding some money to some increasing our GDP. But even at that, not effective enough for you to say it can rank with the spears globally. As a global person, when it comes to looking at information, current affairs, I see the indices, what's going on in Malaysia. I see the indices, what's going on in the United States. I see other countries that are solely dependent on agriculture, even though they have oil and gas. And so what are they doing? They're reserving their oil and gas, waiting for countries like Nigeria to run out of oil and gas, and then step in and say, we have to sell to you. So it's a boom now. Let us see some opportunity. Those who mean well for Nigeria should step in and make things happen. Those who mean the other way for Nigeria should be locked up and thrown in jail. This is our livelihood. It's the boom now. Let's see some opportunity.
Let's see what's making the headlines on the Punch newspaper. The headline says, 2027 tensions, APC kingmakers scramble to quell state-level uprising. That's the big story on the Punch. And it says the 2027 tensions. Can you see that? Tensions. APC kingmakers scramble to quell state-level uprising.
Again, we need to stop putting the cart before the horse. And when I say this with so much boldness. Those who are watching and listening, we need to stop putting the cart before the horse. Rather, put the horse for the cart. We are dealing with issues in 2025. We're not done with it yet. Right? They've opened the door to not just next year, but next 2 years. Already are scrambling for who is going to hold what and who's going to be in place. Kingmakers already said, no, we want this person to be in front, we want this person to be behind. But why are we doing this to ourselves? There are bigger issues on ground. I bet you, if we don't deal with the insecurity facing us, glaring us in the face right now, we will have no elections that 2027. Why? Because we have instability. And when there's instability, who's going to vote? Who's going to run office? Who's going to run offices? Who's going to actually come out and say, okay, let's go and campaign? You need to have secured country first. And the world is looking at us, saying, if 2027 is going to happen, right? What about your now 2025 security challenges?
Let's look at some of the headlines still on the Punch.
Let's read.
Another one says, under fire, KMO defends 712 billion naira airport revamp. Here we have fuel imports surge to 71% as marketers ditch local refineries. Obi's one-term presidency gambit spark political firestorm. But before we move to another headlines on the Punch, let's quickly take a brief look at the under fire KMO defense 712 billion naira airport.
You read my mind through and through.
Oh,
right?
that was the one you
read my mind through and through. Look,
so we can talk about, right?
Our airports, I wouldn't say are doing too bad like that, but we can do better. However, this amount of money that he's now defending, what's the headline? What is it again?
12
billion. It's a lot of money. And you see, these things happen every now and then. So even if he has spent the money and he's defending it, saying, okay, this is what we spent, or this is what we need, whatever the full story is, the fact that we are still wondering what happened to our national carrier, it is disheartening, really. At some point, Nigeria Airways gone. There was a project that came up, about Air Nigeria that did not even see the light of day. Now, why am I saying all this? If our carriers have, airports that can make it even be far more full of pride, I think for what it's worth, that we should begin to ask ourselves the question, right? This money you're defending, is it because you want to, refurbish the whole airport? What if we take these funds, or we add more money to the fact that we can begin to overhaul our own national, fleet. We need to think in that angle. Whether it's directly under his belt, we don't know yet. But for what it's worth, let's not put round pegs in square holes. Right? We defend billions today, we defend billions tomorrow.
Every day we are defending
the
billions.
question is,
we see different scenarios, defending
the
and
more
defending.
we talk about it, the more I begin to ask myself the question. I thought we said we don't have money, we are borrowing money. So are we borrowing money to build new airports? What about the ones that we have? If you've been to our airports, right, sometimes the light goes on, the AC is not working, everyone is sweating. Right?
But I agree to the fact that when you go to the airport, you look at the state of which the airport is in currently. Revamping it's a must. So we need to put up some areas to top modernize states, because when you travel, you see other countries how their airport look like, and we try to bring that into our country. But the amount is where I'm having a little bit of.
So you build great infrastructure, you maintain them. If you don't have secured airports, do you think international flights will want to come there? They rather reroute, go to a different country, they put a different plan, bring you down here. Why? Because they're worried about the outcome. They're worried about safety of the plane, safety of the pilot, and a whole lot. The tarmac is being put in place. If it's going to defend this money, I want to be able to walk, well, not walk, but safe. I want to be able to go to that airport, close my eyes, and tell myself, for what it's worth, I'm safe no matter what it is. And then when planes are about to land, let them make sure there's no single pothole. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
Let's quickly look at this last headline on the Punch before we move over to the Vanguard. It says 220 oil blocks abandoned amid debt crude crisis. 220 oil blocks abandoned amid debt crude crisis. Imagine 220 oil blocks abandoned. That's a whole lot.
So again, all it takes to grow a nation is one block. One oil block that is well, taken care of, well maintained. In this case, there's a lot of politics and a lot of interest in Niger Delta. And so if you're looking at oil blocks abandoned, it will be, because of some certain reasons. Some issues obviously are underlined that we don't know. One, you have the indigents who obviously might be saying, look, it's spoiling, destroying the environment. When you think about the environment, that comes in as one of the issues that might have them want to abandon it. There's also the aspect of agreements, the aspect of other interests. Some will tell you that place is just too insecure to move in there and keep taking oil out of it. Having said so, at 220, it's now mind-boggling that we have this amount of oil blocks. Yet, Dangote is still looking at importing crude. Do you know why? Because they're frustrating in this country. Again, I keep saying that, look, Dangote is doing the Lord's work, right? And for those
why do you say that?
I will tell you, for those who are criticizing and saying, oh, he's trying to monopolize the market. If you can have the money to go and do yours, why not do yours? Haven't you seen our headlines recently that the Port Harcourt refinery might never work again?
Yes.
Isn't that worrisome? And whether you want to tie it out to the oil blocks that are being abandoned, well, the engineers would answer that. But truth be told, let's see the way it is. Are they being abandoned? Are they being abandoned because we cannot? There's no more oil in those wells, or what exactly? But give and take, we need to manage our national resources properly.
Yes, I agree
we need to
with
begin
you.
to see clearly, most definitely. And there's an issue that we're not seeing: the issue of environmental degradation. Look, have you ever been to Niger Delta before? Have you been to some certain areas, the creeks? If you see what crude oil is doing to the farming business there, the fishing business there, those industries in that area has not only depleted, right? It's almost non-existent. Why? Because the fish in the water cannot strive with petroleum product floating on top of the water. I'm not talking about gas flaring. Now let's not come to human lives. The rate of cancer right now in that area is increasing. The rate of mortality is increasing. Why? Because they're breathing in the state. At some point in the Niger Delta, within some certain states, they were complaining about what they call suit. Right? I'm not talking about lawsuit. Now I'm talking about the fact that this petroleum product, gas goes into the air, and then it emits some certain kind of dark smoke and falls on your body like ashes. There's a whole lot that could contribute to the abandoning of those blocks.
Let's move on to the Vanguard newspaper. The big story on the Vanguard says soaring drug costs, ignorance, fueling hypertension, that. Another story we have on the on the Vanguard newspaper says unprecedented windfall as stock investors gain 25.7 trillion naira in 7 months. That's a business news right there. We have another one that says no zone enough marginalized by Tinubu. That is by the governor. And here we have the killings. Benue leader seek EU, UK, and US intervention. Let's talk about that story because that story
amongst everything,
it
right,
relates to the human side of the Nigerian people.
Without a doubt, all lives are precious. If you ever had military training before, they will tell you. I've had military training before, right? But that's my younger days. All lives are precious. Meaning to say that injury to one is injury to all.
Yeah.
Until we begin to approach it from that angle, that we are talking about lives, people who have what we call, ambitions. They also have families, they have loved ones. The way you and I have loved ones. When we're done with work, we go home to get our loved ones. This is so. And so there is nothing to quantify the death of somebody. Nothing to say, okay, this person has passed. He or she did. Nobody deserves it.
Nobody deserves it. And because it's not happening to you right now, does not mean
because it's not happening. Exactly.
Time.
You might think it's a far cry.
Right now.
It's a far cry. This issue has now become the order of the day. The other day we were talking about it. That it has gone to a level where it sounds as if we're celebrating it. We shouldn't do that. This is a serious issue. These are not just numbers. These are human beings.
And the number keeps increasing. Tomorrow you come here, different story.
Now we're talking about Benue. We'll be talking about Benue for a long time.
A long time.
If it's not, farmer headers clashes, it's this or that, banditry. For how long will we continue? So you see now, we started from the very beginning, and we're coming back to it. I spoke about insecurity. We were talking about some 7.4 billion that Keyamo is doing. Do you understand? I can go on and on and on. If an area is not secured, and don't forget one thing, that's the food basket of the nation.
And when you look at the story from the newspaper, from the Business Day, we saw the amounts that KMO used. It said it was defending the use for the revamping of the airport. Can't this amount be used to something as important as this? People's lives are being wasted day in, day out.
So again, it goes to the same thing I'm talking about, right? We should stop putting the cart before the horse, okay? And there's what we call overkill. Overkill, I'm not talking about those apart. Overkill means if something costs 5 naira, you want to inflate it to now say, okay, no, you know what, we need about 200 naira to do it. It's not necessary. Those wasted funds we use, like rightly said, to put in check security in being wasted. This killing is getting too much. And again, we don't feel it because we're here in Lagos. Those who were there, very soon we'll do a short package and documentary on that area and then get some information about it so we can let the world know how it affects business and other areas. Today, food is costing so much, almost 3 times how much it used to cost about 2 years ago, right? How much the tuber of yam now?
The food price.
Most of our food is brought in from the
and not just
belt.
only food too, but the food is more important because it relates to the people.
That's my point.
Because that's where our
that's the point. That's why it's called food basket of the nation.
Yeah.
So if I am a farmer, right, and I am afraid to go to my farm, let's be honest, do you think it will affect the inflow of or it will affect market price of food in the market? Of course it will. Why? Because supply will be reduced, demand is more. When demand is high, supply is less. Of course, the cost of food will be high. Just general economics. I don't have to be a PhD holder and I want to know. It's a normal thing. So very soon now we will move. If not, if this would happen right now, it's happening. The area of food insecurity is becoming a big issue, right? And if we 100% depend on importing our food, then as a nation we're failed.
Yeah. Let's look at the cartoon of the day. But before we move over to the cartoon of the day, can we talk about what do you think that the government, definitely the government have come out to say that they will do something about the killings of Benue. What do you think that they really need to work on urgently when it comes to the killings happening in the West?
Again,
what area?
So we're not security personnel. We throw that one to security personnel, but we have to not preempt them. As journalists as we are, it is important to now say, wait a minute, are we doing our own part well? And to do our part well is to mention these things and mention them accurately. The issue of insecurity lies within those who are in that business. They know where these people are. They know how to curb the situation. The problem I think we're having are the politicians. You see, they waste too much time trying to pass some certain things, some certain bills, or make sure, what they need is getting it gets to those people who need it to fight this crime. And the more we delay, the more it's an issue, right? Are you telling me the Nigerian army is not more than equipped to deal with them? If you watch them on social media, they're always willing to get this bandit. They're willing to, curb insurgency. They're willing to fight. So give them what they need. Nigeria has the money. Every now and then we are borrowing to fund different aspects of the government. The amount of money we waste in governance alone, if we channel that amount of money into fighting insecurity, we will win.
We will.
Boko Haram is not bigger than Nigeria. They're not bigger than Nigerian army. Nigerian army is more than equipped to deal with it. But this is the question. The question is this: will our politicians allow things to happen? The interest is too much. I went to Command Secondary School when I was my secondary school days, right? We were being taught by military men at the time. And I can tell you that the level of discipline they instill in you remains with you the rest of your life. It shapes you as a gentleman. It shapes you. It creates that level of responsibility. And so you now become a man and realize that you put your ability to take charge in the hands of those who are playing with it. Our politicians need to wake up to see, look, if this country fails and falls into the hands of insurgents, falls into the hands of bandits 100%, then they are the ones to be held responsible. So that question, I would channel it back to those politicians, right? They're playing politics and games with the lives of Nigerians. Are you telling me there's a reason why? Look, there's a reason why Boko Haram, they are there. There's something in that land that they want to sit over. Why are we hiding? Let us face the fact. Forget politics and allow the military to do his work. Deal with those people. The Nigerian army is more than capable. The Nigerian Air Force is more than capable. More than capable. The problem we are having are politicians. Allow them to do their work. Don't bring in politics into security business. Let them deal with it. And at the end of the day, Nigeria will be secured. Mind you, there was something, the Chief of Army Staff said the other day. They said, look, our borders can be fenced. I watched the video, said borders can be fenced. And to fence the borders will require a huge amount of money. The money we wasted on other things alone, right?
Can be used to do that.
Obviously can cover that fencing of our borders 4 times over. To enable them be able to, secure the borders. Our borders are too porous. So bandits can come from any part of the world. Just walk into Nigeria and then join 1 or 2, sections or whatever it is and begin to cause havoc, begin to kill people. Let's face this fact, which is this. Until we get the security of this nation 100% done, I'm not saying there's no country that doesn't have security challenges. Even in America, they do have theirs. We have, lone shooters who just carry a gun and go and spray into the public. Every country has its challenges. But when there are solutions to these challenges, right, and we don't exhaust the solution and begin to cry, oh, these things are not working here and there, then that's a problem. We have what it takes to make it happen. Right? So I think my own opinion would be, look, politicians, stop playing politics with the lives of Nigerians. Allow the security personnel to do their work. Because they know that if they don't do their work, it will affect their own family member. No soldier wants to go to the war front and die for nothing. He wants to make sure that even if he's going to give his life, yes, exactly, he's going to give his life, he's going to pay the ultimate price to defend his country, his family should be taken care of.
Thank you, Valentine Oyenka, for joining us in the studio this morning and for also analyzing the headlines on the newspaper with us this morning. And this is all we can take for today. Keep watching BDTV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria. Good morning and welcome to Business Money here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for starting your day with us. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. The trade winds between the United States and Nigeria just took a turbulent turn. In a fresh round of economic muscle flexing, former President Donald Trump, currently mounting a controversial political comeback, has announced a 15% tariff hike on Nigerian imports. The move is sending shockwaves through diplomatic and business circles, raising urgent questions about its implications for Nigeria export sector, bilateral trade relations, and broader geopolitical positioning. This morning, we unpack the potential fallout and explore what this means for local industries and consumers alike. Joining us to have this conversation is Musa Sanusi Ahmad. He's a trade documentarian and principal at Trade Media Company. Good morning, Mr. Musa. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Morning.
So, good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's go straight into it. What exactly do we know about this 15% tariff, and which Nigerian goods are affected, and when does it take effect?
Okay. This new 15% tariff is a new rollout, like global rollout from the White House, led by Donald Trump. And the 15% tariff is a new set of tariffs or a new set of Make America First or America Great Again initiative by Donald Trump, which is more of a national economic protectionist idea, and also to protect and provide job security to Americans, and also job creations in America. I mean, localizing the opportunities that America creates for the greater good of global economy. And initially, the rollout of tariffs like that has to do with reciprocal arrangements or WTO-led order. But nowadays is more of seeing how they can empower their local economy and empower job creation and job security. And new 15% tariffs on Nigeria is a new rollout set of tariff, different from the 14% from the Liberation Day announcement. And this new tariffs is not only Nigeria, almost majority of African countries, almost 40 of them, got a new set of this new tariff, including South Africa with 30% new tariff, and also other global economy like Pakistan, India, which got 25%, and the new one, which is more of, is expected by followers of what's going on in the trade relations world, like United Kingdom, which got 10%. So this new tariff is a set of promoting a local agenda by America, and different from the negotiation driving tariffs to a new set of order. Be it, you can see it from different angles, but majorly Donald Trump bring in this new idea of saying that, okay, a lot of our trading partners, there is imbalance in this relationship. Like Nigeria have trade surplus with America, and this America is seeing it as something that is not benefiting American economy, and it's at a longer term, at a shorter time, and they need to do something different. And that is why they roll out these different tariffs. And from Nigerian angle, you can see that we are pushing in majorly crude oil and gas, and sometimes cocoa for the chocolate industry in the US, and textile materials. So, and other mineral resources, which they don't yet have a bigger market, but we have been exporting. And of recent, there is bigger market for lithiums. Nigerians are exporting lithium to this market, and you know that almost 90% of where we source FX, especially dollar, is from this export of this crude oil and gas to America, and that is something that really will take into consideration. And so far, if you get to understand, China already is in negotiation, different, like almost 6 rounds of negotiation with America to see how they could negotiate something different. But from the Nigerian angle, there is no news from the Foreign Affairs or any news from the Nigeria Office of Trade Negotiations so far that we are in any form of negotiations for a better tariffs, or even seeing how we can maneuvered our way through the US-Nigeria Binational Commission.
All right. So would you say that this move is part of a broader global trend in protectionism, or is it more specific to Nigeria-US relations?
No, it's more of a global protectionist trend, and it's not Nigeria specifically. And from Nigeria angle, we expected something even extra, but as we speak, Trump sticks to 15% as different other countries. Like his new friend, which is DRC, is sharing the same percentage, which is 15% with us. And you know, in less than a month ago or thereabouts, he laid a negotiation like peace deal between neighboring Uganda and DRC, and that deal was mineral driving, and a lot of people think like DRC is now a new friend for the White House, but still they are sharing 15%. So it's more of a broader thing. And in anticipation, we thought like the Trump will provide like something around 18, 19, or even 25% tariff to Nigeria. Looking by, Nigeria is a bigger economy, have a larger population, and you know we have a lot of migration-related crisis between Nigeria and the US. Even though Nigeria have not taken it serious, but White House has taken it really serious with the rate of newborn babies by Nigerians in US, which is amounting to almost like 30,000 plus a year. And to curtail all these things, America may have thrown in a different tariffs, which is going around like 18, 19, or even 20 as they offer to other countries in the in the Asia, all around Pakistan, Bangladesh, Vietnam, and other, we may have seen us. And even with our relationship with BRICS, the BRICS order, we anticipated that White House is not happy with that relationship, that Nigeria joining BRICS partnership in January. So we may have anticipated something, but we end up with 15%. So it's more of a other arrangement. You know, between Liberation Day to this day, there is also visa ban and others visa-related ease of travel challenges with Nigeria and US. And other, you know, there are a lot of talks in relation to bringing in, sending Venezuelan deportees to Nigeria and other arrangement, which Nigeria is not buying the idea. So it's more of a global rollout. It's a blanket arrangement of Trump, which is centrally, as I told you earlier, it's more of America is drying up, because in this era we are, access to knowledge is everywhere. So when someone have an access to knowledge, he have an edge against you. Unlike before, access to knowledge, resources for a lot of other things are very restricted to certain economy. But so far, a lot of people have access to knowledge, and the edge that America used to get is no more. And America used to be a policeman and used to be a lot of things for the global economy. And now a lot of people are finding their ways, and the global economy is suffering. And America is trying to say, okay, how can we be able to protect our economy? And the rate of joblessness, I don't know if you understand. Of recent, this outgoing week, the White House, Donald Trump sacked the labor statistic department boss, because he said, oh, we don't trust the data from this office. Because every day there is news that, oh, job loss, challenges in the labor market, meaning that a lot of Americans are losing jobs. There is no more job security in the market. And if you understand, early this year, even late last year, early this year when Trump come in, he have arrangement whereby he packaged a different offer to different government employees that, oh, if you are interested, you can go. You want to relax the challenges of the payroll of America, because there is not enough money to be paying salary and a lot of challenges. So the economy, the joblessness in American economy warrant that they need to do something to protect their economy. And looking by what they used to do before, whereby, oh, we go there, we collect the mineral resources, we sell it to another economy. Everybody is now wise enough, is protecting his economy. And if you think of the nuclear economy, nuclear deterrence, all that idea is no more now. It's no more now. And believe me, if all this idea are like that, you can really understand that the situation needs to be curtailed. And part of the bigger arrangement to curtail this situation is trying to say, okay, can we protect our economy? Can we stop people from leveraging our economy? Can we see how we can be able to say, okay, our economy is suffering, but the only way we can be able to help our economy is by trying to say, okay, if we roll out all these different tariffs, it could help our economy and it could set our economy free. And likewise, if you check this thing very well, it can be politically driven. It's more of how can we protect our people? How can we, Donald Trump is campaign is more of, okay, we want to make America great. We want to protect our jobs. We want to send out all the people that have come into America and stop us from getting all the opportunities that we're supposed to get.
Let's now move to the sectors in Nigeria that are going to be most vulnerable to this 15% tariff. Could we see job losses or lower export volume? or maybe a shift in trade flows? What's your thoughts on that?
So far, I anticipate that in the short term, we are not going to be affected in the short term, but definitely in the long term, Nigerian economy is going to be affected because so far we have to start thinking diversification. And as someone, as a someone who is following trade, I'm documenting trade enough. I'm not saying that we could not be able to quickly diversify, but the diversification is something that we're supposed to have done earlier, not now. And doing it now, we are doing it out of desperation. And doing things out of desperation, most of the time, is not giving you that age, that opportunity, that chances to do a lot of things differently. And trust me, if we could be able to do something different, is more of trying to diversify early to EU, to ASEAN, to different ASEAN countries and South Asian countries to see how can we leverage and start to test all this market. Like, for example, Nigeria and Turkey. Turkey is a very good market for Nigeria. We can be exporting mineral resources for the industrialist Turkey. We can also be exporting people, talent, and other exploring non-tariff barriers like ease of travel, migration, and other areas. For example, Nigerian government, especially from the Office of the Foreign Affairs, you can see that we have not done enough to say, okay, how can we increase the rate of visa issuance to Nigerians? How can we increase the rate ease of travels for Nigeria? How can we even use, for example, of recent, we have the Japan movement. That Japan movement is something that we're supposed to have used to export a lot of our talent abroad because we don't have a good leveling field locally. So if we keep leaving all these people locally, this will affect our economy because these young people are redundant. They don't have anything they are doing, and they start to become nuisance to our economy. So when those people are getting to be nuisance for our economy and we don't have any alternative for them, then every day you can have that, youth are coming out for protests, a lot of challenges, graduates are coming out of university and they don't have any job. And we locally, we don't have the resources to create those opportunities locally for them. And still with now the new set of tariffs by the US, we anticipate that it's going to be very, 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 very hard for us to be able to diversify as early, especially for our crude oil. It's going to be very hard for us to diversify because all other markets already occupied by other people. And for us to get access to that market, we have to invest a lot. And that is why we always said, okay, we have to be doing things proactively as early as possible before things get out of hand, before crises come in. For example, Nigerians, most of Nigerians want to get access to Indonesia or South Korea or Japan. We're supposed to have negotiated a better deals from the export of goods and raw material down to export of talent and ease of travel. So because with ease of travel come a lot of opportunities. Because, for example, US, there are lots of businessmen in Nigeria who they have money, but they cannot be able to pursue US visa or travel to US because of a lot of restriction, difficulties in getting appointments, getting interview waivers, and much more. So what I'm just trying to say is the diversification is very good because we don't and that diversification has to be intentional and has to be driving, especially locally. We have to think of our domestic demands and how to encourage made in Nigeria products to be used by Nigerians in diaspora and even locally. And likewise, we need to see how we can make intra-Africa better, either through AFTA or any other means, or even with any other countries in Africa. There are a lot of vulnerable markets in Africa that we could be able to export. They need a lot of goods. Like, for example, all the Francophone countries really need all these electronic goods. They need a lot of food, agricultural products, and other things. If you can leverage that, it's going to be good. South African countries, there are lots of things like crude oil. We can export crude oil to Zambia and other countries. And all these countries, they may need stuff from us. So we need to open this market. And that is why I think Buhari think too, by creating Nigeria Office of Trade Negotiations, to see how we can offset our trade relations arrangements and other negotiation matters. But more than anything, for us to diversify intentionally, I think it's high time President Bola Ahmed Tinubu created the Nigeria Foreign Relations Council and bring in people from the private sector, from the label, TUC, Trade Union Congress, the label either by NASIMA or the organized private sector of Nigeria, and bring in expert, retired senior career diplomat who understand the terrain, bring in economics, trade expert, lawyers, to create a Nigeria Foreign Relations Council, so we could be able to create a think tank for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to see how we can go in, leverage the larger economy, benefit from all this arrangement and all this economy, and that could really help us to get a better situation and alternative and diversification. And likewise, the media, we need to be intentional about how we engage media. Like, for example, a lot of media houses are trying to follow up with foreign affairs, with presidency, with how Nigeria could be responding to situation like this. Are we going to take some local countermeasures, or are we going to respond with reciprocity or any other arrangement? So we need to do. It's high time we start to do things like that, so we could be able to diversify. And there are a lot of other economy, like Philippines, Singapore, which all they are new economy, and we need to be intentional about leveraging them. And from the area that we need to leverage them is the area of that has to do with non-tariff barriers, and that is our age. We don't have the resources to create the opportunity locally. Even with all this, like GT Bank is in a London exchange, this bank, the stock market is doing a lot of things. The economy, when it comes to trade, it's not about, we are seeing numbers. It's about what the people, local people, the vulnerable people are feeling. If the vulnerable people cannot feel your policies, your foreign policies, your economic, your trade policies, you can't say we are doing well. Take, for example, we have a lot of SMEs. They are into exporting of Zopo, CSEM, and other agricultural products, and other people who are into passion, people who are into creative economy, and a lot of stuffs. All these things are something that we need to do more in seeing how we can export them, ease them, and like, for example, everybody is talking about creative economy. It's something that President Tinubu and his administration has been talking. But if we see this creative economy, the challenges the stakeholders are facing is something that we need to diversify, and that will really help us in developing, like fashion, sculpture, sculptural art, and other stuff like the artifact. Is all something that we can be creating and exporting to global world. They need them. And it's something that we need to leverage to other markets, not US, diversify to China. We already have a good trade relationship with China, but China is not alone. China, we need to diversify to other economy that we can get in charge with. We have, like, for example, now, let's think of economics like Zimbabwe. They need stop. There are a lot of stops in Zimbabwe that we can create. And the presidency needs to empower this economy, which is like, okay, Zimbabwe needs so kind of things. Manufacturers associations of Nigeria, we are giving you some subsidies, and we are giving you access to so level of resources, and we want to empower you to counter this. Nigeria maybe is buying they are buying some military goods, maybe guns, ammunitions from America. Then Nigeria will say, okay, how can we be able to start creating all these things locally? We have the manpower, we have the talents. We have, just like, for example, think of Innocent Motors, Nord, and the likes. We have the manpower, we have the technology, we have the knowledge to start doing very well and invest in seeing how can we be able to say, okay, some motors, we are giving you access to certain level of money. We want you to be doing so kind of things. Not we are giving you access, so we want you to do so kind of things. And there are a lot of design. Like for example, we have TT of Design Week Lagos. She have access to a lot of sort of young designers who can be able to even create military products for Nigerians. And a lot of young manufacturers who are into manufacturing of other different products that we can be exporting those products, either from the electronics and other stuff like that. And spare parts. We buy a lot of spare parts, either from America or from China or any other. We can be creating all these spare parts that we can be serving on each market or any other spare parts markets around Nigeria, and they could be exporting all this.
Yeah, we are pressed for time. So finally, what broader trade posture should Nigeria prepare for, especially in the light of this America's first approach, Trump's American first approach?
Okay, I think there are a lot with the way the world is changing, with the way the world economy is changing. There are a lot of things that will be coming in near future, and a lot of challenges that will be coming. AI is creating a lot of challenges, and locally, for example, America itself will be, and there is anticipation that some high level of inflation will be experienced, and there are different sort of things globally that is anticipated, like with the EU. EU is trying to offset a lot of challenges in the area of migration. UK is trying to cut. Everybody is talking about migration because people understand that human beings created to live. So when you don't have a leveling field, for example, Nigerians have challenges of having a very leveling field, having a very good reward system for their economy. So when the economy is not serving them, they need to find ways to travel to different economy that is serving them. And those economy, when they go, those economy are facing challenges of, we too, we have our local people that they need those opportunities. And you people, you come, is that you are carrying away the opportunities. So if these things continue, everybody wants to protect their control immigration, then there are going to be a lot of tensions globally. And the level of foreign direct investment will be distorted, and that means everybody will come back to see how we can arrange and empower local demand, empower local economy and local transactions. And when things like this happen, it's creating another bigger problem, and that bigger problem is something that blocks like bricks is going to be in abundance. Nigeria is part of one arrangement called Mint that global economy like EU, US distorted. That arrangement never works. So I am thinking if this thing continue, Mint and other arrangement, the African Union, the ACTA, they will all get to start protecting their community, and all this bilateral arrangement will get into high. And when bilateral arrangement go in high knots, the economy going to be very hard, movement of goods, and there's going to be tension in different part of the world. So the one thing Nigeria needs to do is, as I tell you, like we need to create the Nigeria Foreign Relations Council to serve as a think tank for the presidency. We need to be very serious with our Nigeria Office of Trade Negotiation Office, empower them and let them do anything. And we need to be creating synergy and cohesive arrangement whereby we engage the labor through TUC, we engage the private sector through NASIMA or organized private sector. Let everybody feel like we are doing things together. Let's not leave anybody behind. Because if you do that, there are a lot of challenges that will result in seeing that we cannot be able to upset. And more than anything, we don't have to be aggressive when the challenge comes. We need to be creating problems, answers to our problems before these problems become a deterrent. Like all these tariff measures, we anticipate them before Trump gets into office, but Nigeria have done nothing to see how they can offset these problems. Yeah. So we need to find ways to do do much more and see how we can attend. We have a lot of Nigerians in UK, in US, that they don't have a lot of rights. They are facing difficulties. So we need to start making arrangements to see how our foreign affairs ministry will be doing more. As we speak, we don't have ambassadors. We need to, it's not that we necessarily need ambassadors. We need to know that our career diplomats are getting a different sort of trainings, and our buildings, our consulates, embassies need to be republished to be looking admirable. And we have to start talking like the way that Mr. Tuga is talking. You can see that he have that interest. He is trying to talk and confident. They have that confidence, but I don't know what is stopping him. And you don't. Maybe you don't have the supporting team. But we believe there are a lot of things.
We would have to cut you there right now. We really appreciate your thoughts on the show this morning. We're speaking to Mr. Musa Sanusi Ahmed. He is a trade documentarian and principal at Trade Media Company. Thank you so much for your time this morning on Business Money.
So thank you for having me.
We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Business Money. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. There is a boom in tech startups in Africa, and a lot of ideas have blossomed into full-fledged working companies, and the world is beginning to take notice. Many tech startups domicilized in Nigeria and Africa at large have become the recipient of funding from various international venture capitalist firms and investment companies. All the tech startups that has received funding or any kind of support from various investors or venture capitalists have one thing in common, which is pitching. Pitching often is also great because it helps to point out flaws in idea. An idea could be great to the one who conceived it, but it will take an outsider who is looking at it practically to point out its flaws or the impracticability of some parts. Also, an idea as a whole could be great, but the solution it is providing is difficult to achieve and costs more than other alternatives. It is by pitching that the founder would realize these flaws. Now, joining us to solve this interesting lineup all the way from Atlanta, USA is Nancy Aragbaye. She's a global investment strategist. Good morning and thank you for joining us, Nancy.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
So, why is pitching to investors an essential step for an early stage startup?
I always say pitching is it's a pretty powerful tool. It's one thing to create a product and you think it's great for the world, but it's another thing to be able to communicate a vision, to get people to buy into it and to showcase that you understand the market, you understand your product and the solution that you're providing. And so I tell young entrepreneurs, startup founders that pitching, consider it practice. The more that you're able to communicate your vision, the more that you're able to essentially sell your product to people who will invest and believe in what you have, the better position you'll be in.
So how well or how does a well-crafted pitch improve a startup's chance of securing funding?
It does a lot. A couple of things I always say. I say investors invest in people. It's one thing to have a product that you believe that is going to change the market. It's another thing to showcase your confidence. A lot of times we say it's not the product that people are investing in. Investors invest in people. And so do you have the resilience? Do you showcase the confidence? Do you showcase understanding that will continue to push and drive to get into the place where it's not just about securing funding, but being able to push past those barriers? And so, positioning yourself for pitching, being able to articulate your work is very, very critical. And so, startups should not shy away from it. Sometimes people are waiting for perfection, but the more that you do it, the more confident you'll be, and that puts you in a better position to be able to secure funding.
In your experience, what do investors look for first when evaluating a startup pitch?
Yeah, first and foremost, can you communicate the vision? Can you communicate the vision in a way that also showcases that this is a business idea that will make money? A lot of times I see startup founders, they're so passionate about their idea. And it's great. It's a great idea. But sometimes great ideas are not communicated in a way that's able to scale. How is this going to make money? How are you going to dominate your market? Do you understand your market? So investors are looking for people who are who can create a solution, but also who can sell the solution. Another thing I say that I've said before is that investors are looking for confident founders. Are you able to communicate a story? Stories sell. And so is your product just a product in the market, or is it connected to something that draws on emotion? And so these are critical things that you have to be able to showcase while you're pitching. And the more times that you do it, a lot of times investors also give feedback. And so it's very critical that we're thinking beyond the product. We're thinking about driving emotion and being able to enroll people into a vision, not just the customer, but of course the investors.
Okay, so do you think pitching can open doors to mentorship, partnership, or market access?
Oh my gosh, you'll be surprised at what pitching practice will do. You may not win. I was just with a group of children. I brought some founders in to speak to them, and one person had a powerful story. He said he pitched, but he did not win. However, there was an investor on the side that came up to him and offered to still provide him with $5,000 towards his business because he was so confident, because he understood his product, and the investor believed in him. So a lot of times you may not win the pitch competition, but every opportunity to stand up and showcase your vision is an opportunity to showcase who you are. And like I said, people invest in people that they like. People invest in people that they trust. So it's not just about winning the pitch competition. You can win a sponsor, you can win a mentor, you can win a board member. There's so many things that can come out of pitching. And so when we go into it, do not think about it that you lost if you did not win the pitch competition. What are the things that you gain as far as being able to showcase your vision? And so that's what it's about. Go up there, be confident, showcase your knowledge, showcase that you understand your market and that this product can sell. Be confident and you'll be surprised what happens.
All right, so now let's look at the critical elements that should be included in a compelling investor pitch. What are the most critical elements that should be included?
First and foremost, communicate the vision. What is the problem that you're trying to solve? Again, a lot of times people have great ideas, but your business should ultimately be a solution to the market. So are you able to communicate how your business is solving a problem and who is your market? Do you understand your target audience? That's very, very critical. Do you have a story? What's the purpose behind what you are creating? These are some key elements in it. Do you understand your finances? What are your projections? As you're thinking about your business and you're thinking about scaling, being able to articulate these things is very critical, and showcasing your understanding, but also the business behind your product. I tell people it's not just about the idea. How do you plan on selling it? Do you understand your target audience? Who is this particular product for? And what does scale look like in the future? At the end of the day, these are investors. These are not people that are just making are making grants, right? Sometimes they're grants, but people that are going to invest in your business, they're looking for a return on investment. Can you showcase the return? Can you showcase the finances? Can you showcase the sell? And have you sell before? Make sure that your numbers are solid, because as an investor, they're looking for a return, and the more that you can showcase that your product is going to have that return, the better.
So how do you think the pitching process can help startup understand this investor's relationship or expectation? How do you think pitching can help startups understand better?
Yeah, so pitching, we have to look at pitching beyond winning the finances. Every single time you go up and you pitch, you should be asking for feedback. You're essentially talking to experts. You're talking to the people who are cutting the check. And so they will give you feedback on your particular pitch. They will give you feedback on your particular product, and they'll give you their thoughts. And so being able to ask those questions, what can I do better? What are you looking for? What are ways that I can improve my pitch? What would have made this pitch stronger? What were things that I said, reasons why you think I didn't win the pitch? You know, being able to ask questions for ultimately for improvement is going to be a game changer for you. And so my challenge and my offer to young founders and young startups, make sure that you're going in there with an open mindset. Don't go in there anxious thinking that you have to win. Again, everything is a win. A feedback is a win for you. And I'll tell you this for free, you're going to get more no's than yeses. But in order to scale your startup, it only takes one yes. So continue to pitch, continue to practice, and always seek feedback, and you'll be surprised at what ends up happening.
All right. So finally, can the act of pitching itself serve as a form of market validation? And if yes, how?
Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, people have to apply to be a part of a pitch competition. So the fact that you're even a part of the pitch competition shows the credibility of the startup and the founder as well. And so the more pitch competitions that you're in, yeah, that is serving as a validation, because that means that you're showcasing your expertise. People said yes to you, right? So being accepted into a pitch competition, somebody said yes to you. And so that within itself is validation. And so the more that you're able to get accepted into pitch competitions, the more practice that you get, and it showcases the resilience of the founder. That is very critical. Again, it's one thing to have a product, but investors are investing in the founder oftentimes. What are the soft skills that this founder possesses? Because it's beyond the product. Do you have resilience? Do you have courage? Do you have confidence? And so the more times that you engage in these pitch competitions, you're essentially showcasing these soft skills that you have and letting people know that people have said yes to you. Let me listen to this founder.
Thank you so much, Nancy, for your time this morning. It was really insightful with you this morning on Business.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me.
I do have a lovely day. We're on to Nancy Aragbaye. She is an global investment strategist. All right, today on Business Money, we had two amazing conversations. That's the conversation on Trump 15% tariff raise, and also why startup founders should pitch their ideas as often as possible. But I'm going to give my take on the Trump 15% tariff hike. So the new 15% tariff hike on Nigerian imports by US President, I beg your pardon, Donald Trump, it goes beyond trade policy. For me, it's a strategic signal. And Nigeria once again finds itself in a crosshair without a clear defense. This move could actually put pressure on our already fragile export sector, and it can raise serious questions about how well prepared we are for shocks in the global economy. And in my opinion, it's more than just a tariff. It's a wake-up call for Nigeria to stop playing soft in a hard-edged global trade system and start showing up with strategy. Like our guest said, we need to come up with a strategy and not just diplomacy. That is what I think about the 15% tariff. As time unfolds, we get to see where this takes us and the good or damage it might do to our export sector. And that's the much we can take on Business Money today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Oladabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Bodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day.
On this day in 1704, Gibraltar was captured by Britain during the War of the Spanish Succession. Britain took control of Gibraltar after Spain surrendered, and the rock subsequently became a British colony and a symbol of British naval strength. And on this day in 1961, Barack Obama was born in Hawaii. He became the 44th President of the United States and the first African American to hold the office from 2009 to 2017. He was raised in Hawaii and Indonesia and later studied in Columbia University and the Harvard Law School, where he became the first Black president of the Harvard Law Review. Obama began his career as a community organizer in Chicago before entering politics and serving in the Illinois Senate and later the U.S. Senate. His 2004 Democratic National Convention speech propelled him to national fame, and in 2008, he won the presidency, defeating Republican John McCain. He chose Joe Biden as his running mate and ran a grassroots campaign powered by small donations and widespread public support. Obama's presidency focused on diplomacy, economic recovery, and healthcare reform amid the 2008 financial crisis. He signed legislation to expand healthcare access, though it faced fierce opposition and ignited the Tea Party movement. He received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009 for his efforts to improve international relations, though critics questioned his foreign policy stance. His administration faced increasing partisanship, with Democrats and Republicans clashing over major policy initiatives. Despite challenges, Obama left office in 2017 with a legacy of historic firsts and major legislative achievements.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, where we bring you some of the conversations shaping our nation and economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we turn our focus on the situation that demands our urgent attention. Nigeria is deep into a new era of economic reforms, and while President Bola Tinubu's policies are widening the revenue pie, especially for state government, a critical disconnect is emerging. States are receiving more money than ever since the removal of fuel subsidy, yet at the grassroots, millions of Nigerians are still waiting for relief. The true test of this reform agenda may no longer sit in Abuja, but in the hands of governors whose choices would determine whether this windfall becomes real progress or yet another missed opportunity. Well, to help us connect the dots between the state revenue and public impact today, I'm joined by Professor Abiodun Adeni. He's a Chevening scholar and alumnus, and is a Leeds trained professor of communications, a prolific author, and the former dean of postgraduate studies at Bayes University, and now registrar at Bayes University. He's widely respected for his influence across academia, policy, and the media. Professor Adeni, welcome to the show this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much. My pleasure joining you.
Absolutely. Let me start by asking you what your initial reaction to this situation has been. I mean, the president says the money is now available, but we're not exactly seeing impact at grassroots. So for you, what could be the hindrance here, and really what are your initial reactions?
Well, it's a bit disturbing affair, considering the reforms that the president embarked upon from the get-go. And it is disturbing because here you are seeing monies that were being spent before, now supposedly being saved, now supposedly accruing to the nation's purse. And it is natural that you expect that those surplus or those extra monies will be plugged into the system for the benefit of the people. But where it is yet to impact on the people, then it can be not just disturbing, but worrisome, and of course, trigger levels of anxiety. And that has been the major point of discourse in economic and political circles in the last few months, and of course, in the last 2 years. Reason being that, yes, we could make some arguments that government has succeeded largely in stabilizing or in bringing about some predictability in the macroeconomic sphere. And of course, they've also been trying to create a marriage between the microeconomic sector and the macroeconomics. But beyond these economics postulations, it's also the need for the practicalization of the permutations. Practicalization in the sense of making direct impact on the people. And when will these impacts be felt? It will be felt if the people's purchasing power is not declining as it presently is. It will be felt where jobs are more available, much more than we are presently witnessing. And it will be felt where security of jobs, of employment is guaranteed. And of course, where there's also physical security in terms of the ability of citizens to move about freely without fear of kidnapping, fear of attacks by bandits, and of course, continuous fear of insurgents. All these basic fears are still there, and these are yardsticks around which economic and development efforts are easily measured. We could say in the last 2 years, there might have been growth, but there are no signs of development yet. These are two different things that we need to disaggregate. And Nigeria as a country is one that is yet for some liberation at the level of economics, at the level of politics, a liberation in the form of stability, in the form of sustainability, in the form of the ability of economic policy to trigger multipliers, so that we could say, yes, we're not only making effort at the level of growth, but we're making progress at the level of development as well.
Right, and there are people who say that state budgets remain a black box. Do you actually think Nigerians are finally ready to demand real accountability from their governors?
it is not surprising that the kind of reform, the kind of pronouncements, and of course, perhaps, if you like, the kind of razzmatazz we are witnessing at the federal level is yet to permeate the other dimensions or the other tiers of government, the state and the local government, that is. And why is this so? There's more relative comparative transparency at the federal level, because the laws are largely, or rather more implemented. They are very visible, they are very obvious to us, they are more closely monitored than the states. Nigeria is a country of 36 states, and some of them are far-flung, and media focus on them is not as much as the federal government. And of course, agencies focus, both governmental and non-governmental agencies, the focus on them, may not be that frequent as much as the federal government is. So because of this, some of the governors take advantage of this and do things that are extraneous to the Constitution or extraneous to the laws. And in doing these things, you find levels of perversion, contraventions of good governance, and things that are offensive to public conscience. And some of these things can be located around the absence of transparency, the lack of credibility, and if you like, from the broader perspective, we're talking about corruption here. And so where monies come, of course, we know what some of them do. Some of them actually privilege politicking, patronizing loyalty, being compensatory, much more than they will be concerned for development efforts. And this is very, very unfortunate, because yes, we have seen statistics, data has shown us that they receive more money, but what they do with those monies will require much more scrutiny and much more investigation and interrogation, so that in cases where they are missing their marks, where they are missing the track, and they can be brought back on track. It is very, very obvious, and arguments have been rife in the past, that some of them behave like emperors, because of minimized, reduced checks. The state houses of assembly are not, many of them are lapdogs of the governors, and in situations where the local government are also weak, you could expect that the governors will continuously ride roughshod on those tiers of government, on those arm and tiers of government. But this is not to say that some of them are not exemplary. We know governors that are performing, and we shouldn't tar them with the same brush. These ones, their performances speak for them, both in the past and the present. But the argument will continue to make that we need more of these governors, to be in existence rather than less of them, like we are presently witnessing. Growth and development is not limited to the federal level alone. It should permeate all the dimensions of governance, be it federal, state, and local government. I'm sure you're going to ask me about local government. That's another sub-point. Local government is supposed to be a vibrant arm of government. We know how it is done in some other countries. In the UK, it is called, in the Nordic Scandinavia countries, for instance, it's called communes. In the UK, it's called councils. And of course, perhaps in the US as well, it's called counties. And there are ways in which governance is made to cascade. And in making it cascade, the idea is for you to reach as many people as possible, so that it can be inclusion and integration. And inclusion and integration is not just political, but it's also economic. And how can it be economic? It can be economic if resources get down to them. But when they are hijacked at the state level, because of their relative non-visibility, then of course it is offensive to the oaths that many of these governors swear to. So what should be done now is just to say that our steps should be retraced for the good of generations, present and future.
Okay. I was going to ask you, from your own observation, do you think the federal government is doing enough to enforce reform at subnational levels, or are we still relying on goodwill?
Well, I think there's so much that the federal government can do because we run a federal system. If we are to run it in the puritanical understanding of it, state governments are supposed to be independent relatively. There are supposed to be levels of administration where they are expected to own their own policies and policy directions. They come, we now witness a commonality where they share the same ideology, the same orientation towards growth on account of belonging to the same political party, or on account of sharing some worldview at the level of individuals manning those tiers of government, perhaps the president and the governor, so to say, being the high points, the highest levels of governance are those tiers. But in situations where there are deviations, where people run government in accordance with their whims and caprices, in accordance, with their predilections and tendencies, without recourse to public concern, without prioritizing the interest of the people, with an obvious disposition to serving the self-pride and the public, then of course, there's going to be a problem. What more can the federal government do beyond admonition? I do not see anything else they can do. Perhaps the most they can do is what I imagine President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did the other day, where he went to the Supreme Court to seek interpretation. And of course, in that interpretation, we were told that local government should have levels of autonomy. They should be self-governing. It was probably towards the attempt to revive that sphere of government that has practically become moribund, subsumed under the hegemony of state governments and state governors. We need to revive this because we know the roles local governments are supposed to play, and they are responsible for critical sectors at the local level, garages, motor parks, some taxis here and there, the maintenance of law and order here and there, and such other things. So perhaps resort to the law courts. But again, will those judgments be obeyed? To what extent can we say that the declaration of the Supreme Court has been obeyed by these governments or these governors, as the case could be? I remember also in the period of the Buhari regime, there were executive orders granting some levels of autonomy to state legislature or something, giving them some levels of control. Then again, we'll ask, to what extent was this obeyed or executed? I think we are much more concerned about patronage, about the gratification of individuals rather than institutional gratification. I think that's our bane, really. We have to be concerned with the promotion of institutional frameworks, the growing of our institutions so that they can be stronger than individuals. But in the circumstance, we pander to the dictates, the whims and the caprices of individuals, which has been proven to be an inimical way to trigger development in any system or society, as the case could be.
Right, and if you were to, give an advice today, would you say Nigerians should be mounting more pressure on their governors, or would you say we focus too much attention on Abuja and not enough attention on the state? And if you were to, speak about what the governor should be doing differently right now, if Tinubu's reforms are to mean anything in real terms, what would you say the governor should be doing differently right now?
But I think first, Nigerians are sort of steeped in a culture of complacence, a culture of subservience, a kind of deference to authorities, which is why we hardly interrogate the authorities, we hardly interrogate our leaders, we are hierarchical in the way we do things, we are respectful of them, which is not supposed to be so. But this is a byproduct of perhaps our culture, our religion. And far beyond the individual, you often see this growing to the level of groups, associations, and societies, where we look at things not from the angle of the productivity and efficiency of leaders, but only because of where the leader comes from. Or when when the leader is our own, we tend to be less critical of the person. But when it is from another place, we are much more critical, and we think that that person should be subjected to more critical evaluation. But we need to get out of this and look at leaders from the point of view of performance, irrespective of ethnic, religious, or cultural affiliation. We need to be much more dispassionate and objective, citizens, so that citizens can play the role that they're supposed to play in the system. Because first and foremost, the leaders are there to serve the people and not otherwise. But in our system now, it does appear as if the people are there to serve the leaders. So by the time we start asking them questions, I think, they'll wake up and do things more correctly. But for the federal government, I'm not going to say anything different. We need to ask more questions. We can see pockets of this going on between the political parties, but that's beyond it, because most of the political parties are largely the same. And of course, if you replace one with another, you may not find anything different. But how do we remedy this? We can remedy it, by being value-driven, value-oriented, imbued with cardinal objectives that are salutary, that are, dignifying and honorable, and concerned about the generality of the people and the future of the country, so that we can be respected better than it presently is in a committee of nations.
Exactly, should the governors be doing differently right now? I'm not sure you've answered that part of the question.
Okay, yeah, the governors should just have a rethink. They are covered by immunity. Even if you have any infraction against them now in the open space, they cannot be apprehended. They are covered by immunity until they probably leave office. So I think they should have a rethink. That the public is watching. Their tracks, are being documented. If they cannot answer questions now, they are most definitely going to answer those questions in the future. And beyond that, in trying to aspire for office, they had manifestos, they made promises. And to what extent can we say they have tried to fulfill their promises? They should be concerned about leaving a good legacy. And how do you leave a good legacy? By doing things that are right, before the public. And what are those things? Be much more people-centric. Be much more people-centric. Not just building structures in the guise of infrastructure, but also stimulating the economy. There should be production. There should be manufacturing. Stimulate the agricultural sector, enhance security in your area, so that economic activities can thrive. And when economic activities begin to thrive, you can't seek, you'll be enduring yourself into the hearts and minds of the people for posterity. There's a reason why we remember we remember Lateef Jakande today, who was only a one-term governor in Lagos, but he left the legacies and he remains legendary. There's the reason why we remember Paraku of Benue State, old Benue State. A reason why we remember Samu Bakwe of old Imo State, or Abubakar Rimi of old Kano State. Okay, there's a reason why we remember these legends, and we cannot never forget those ones. So why don't you look in the direction of these legendary leaders? And even before them, we had Amadu Bello, we had Obafemi Awolowo, we had Nnamdi Azikiwe. Look at the legacies they left behind. Cocoa House is still in Ibadan. The legacy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So what are the present crop of leaders doing in this regard, so that they would not also be forgotten?
And I like all the submissions you've made today, Prof. But if are there any tools that exist to compel states to actually turn this revenue into real impact? In terms of schools, hospitals, jobs, what tools do we have? And if things don't change soon, do you think governors could be the ones facing voter backlash in 2027?
Our country is not wired in a way that people will be voted in on out of the base of performance. Our country is wired in a way that people will be voted in only because of their war chests, how they are able to stimulate immediate gratification, graze the hands of people, and talk to the right quarters. That's the unfortunate aspect of our country. So we will not say that because the governor is not performing, it's not likely to get a second term. No. Some immediate, spontaneous, instantaneous factors often come around election time to determine whether somebody will lose or win. Yeah, but it's unfortunate. Like I said, it shouldn't be so. Being voted in again should be a function of performance, and how efficient you are when you are in government. But having said that, anyway, I think the governors would necessarily have to remember, that we have had some of their colleagues who, all through the years of their years of being out of government, they were coming in and out of courts. Some of them have been jailed, even though later pardoned, but they were jailed. The embarrassment, the naming and shaming can be grave enough. These are things they can avoid, by being prudent, by being conscientious, and by applying public resources very well. So if we continue to appeal to their consciences and let them understand that there's life after power, and of course, questions are going to be asked if they do not perform well by the time they leave power, I think their consciences can be touched and they might have a rethink. But other than that, presidential admonition is good. It's another good reminder, but is hardly can have the power of force or the power that comes from within the actors themselves, the governors that is.
Very much, Professor Adeniyi, for your time this morning on the Big Story.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you very much. Well, this has been the Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Bodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day.
On this day in 1704, Gibraltar was captured by Britain during the War of the Spanish Succession. Britain took control of Gibraltar after Spain surrendered, and the rock subsequently became a British colony and a symbol of British naval strength. And on this day in 1961, Barack Obama was born in Hawaii. He became the 44th President of the United States and the first African American to hold the office from 2009 to 2017. He was raised in Hawaii and Indonesia and later studied in Columbia University and the Harvard Law School, where he became the first black president of the Harvard Law Review. Obama began his career as a community organizer in Chicago before entering politics and serving in the Illinois Senate and later the U.S. Senate. His 2004 Democratic National Convention speech propelled him to national fame, and in 2008, he won the presidency, defeating Republican John McCain. He chose Joe Biden as his running mate and ran a grassroots campaign powered by small donations and widespread public support. Obama's presidency focused on diplomacy, economic recovery, and healthcare reform amid the 2008 financial crisis. He signed legislation to expand healthcare access, though it faced fierce opposition and ignited the Tea Party movement. He received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009 for his efforts to improve international relations, though critics questioned his foreign policy stance. His administration faced increasing partisanship, with Democrats and Republicans clashing over major policy initiatives. Despite challenges, Obama left office in 2017 with a legacy of historic firsts and major legislative achievements.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Bodna. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome to Social Listening here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring to you some of the biggest stories making the round on social media. Of course, my name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, joining me today is
Onyeka Valentine.
Very well. We're ready for the stories today.
One is quite controversial. I'm waiting for it to get there.
And you're waiting for me to get there. Well, we'll have to take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
to allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
Welcome back. This is still the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Of course, we're talking about some of the most interesting stories making the rounds on social media today, because I'm joined with Valentine. Let's start from Kaduna State, where Kaduna State, the former Kaduna State Governor, Mr. Nasir El-Rufai, is trending online because of his latest comment. Now, it says Nigerians may not have a country anymore if the APC wins the 2027 elections. El-Rufai, although one of the people who helped build APC years ago, he has now openly called the party incompetent. He said this during a rally for his current party, which is the African Democratic Congress in Sokoto, saying it's ready to help push APC out of power. Now, he warned that another APC term could destroy what's left of the country. Well, let's take a look at some of the reactions on social media. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this conversation, Valentine. People's opinion on X. There are lots of conversation. Do you want to take the tweet and come back to?
No, let's take the tweet.
So that's a comment from Ebubechi. Ebubechi says, El-Rufai criticizing Tinubu now is laughable. He helped install this same clannish government and mock performers during the elections. Now, I think he said something like he's pretending or something like that. So there says now that his sideline is pretending to care. It's not a savior, it's part of the problem. Let's see more reactions to this conversation. The Crusade says he has already destroyed the country. What we should not allow him to further destroy is further destroyed beyond 2027. Let's see more reactions on social media. Jamiu says, no, it's not Nigeria's survival that's at risk, but your own political survival and that of your cohorts in the ADC. Let's see more reactions to this conversation on social media. Jamiu says, Adebola says, if Southern Kaduna people can survive 8 years under you, then Nigerians can survive 12 years under Tinubu.
Wow,
Obviously, there are lots of conversations, like people are definitely not having it. Chigozie says, El-Rufai is absolutely right. Nigeria cannot endure another term under Tinubu's brutal regime of tribal nepotism, economic destruction, and elite worship. Tinubu has turned governance into a Yoruba sycophant cult, suffocating Nigerians with incompetence and ethnic favoritism. Says Tinubu's second term won't just ruin Nigeria, it will bury it. El-Rufai has spoken the bitter truth. Nigerians must choose. This person is campaigning for Peter Obi.
You can tell this person is exactly.
Nigerians must choose Peter Obi in 2027 or prepare for total collapse. Yeah, that's the conversation.
Well, very quickly because of time. Should be told, two of the tweets there came from an angle of, maybe some biased thoughts, but even at that, there are some element of truth in it. The first one that mentioned that El-Rufai, let me just put it this way. Again, politics is what it is, right? No permanent friend, no permanent enemy. We know that for sure, only permanent interest. But what is troubling me the most is how quick, right, can someone who used to be one of the pillars of a particular party choose to now say, you know what, given the chance, this is going to cause more mayhem, which means he was part of the problem. Because truth be told, they were the ones that pushed for the present, the ruling party to come in. He was part and parcel of it. So he shooted himself in the foot. You say that Nigeria cannot, quote and unquote, afford another APC term. You are telling us that you have failed because you were part of APC before. So what changed? So now that you're not getting what you expected, what you were expecting to get, now it looks as if APC is not working. Now I'm not saying this because I'm a politician. No, I'm not a politician anyway. I'm not even saying this to be on the side of APC. I'm just saying that, look, if you were quick to decamp and move to another party, right, and begin to throw fingers at the party that you were in before, which means there's some information that you know about the party that you're not telling us. And if you withhold information, why should we trust you? Oh, tomorrow, if you're not getting what you want in ADC, you now move to Labour Party and tell us, oh, ADC, they are one and the same. So we cannot trust you. You see, trust is built on resilience, is built on what we call time, not overnight. I don't want us to overstretch it, but give and take, the way I see it, maybe what he was hoping to come his way did not come his way. And so you're now saying, oh, the ruling party, if you give them another chance, they will collapse Nigeria. I'm not saying we are doing very well at the moment, but I'm saying that for what it's worth, if he wants to decamp and move to another party, do that.
And it's easy for people to jump ship or start saying something different when things are not
going the way they expected.
Working the way they wanted,
right.
Or in their own way. And that's why I think that this is not trying to be Jesus' cousin.
I mean, truth be told, let's just say that as it is.
We should just, whatever it is that we are doing, let's have a strong, impactful purpose for it. Not just moving with the tides, moving with where there's benefit, like without any strong. But that's the only time when
he has seen the caliber of people that are going to be part of ADC, so he doesn't want to miss out. And the only way for them to see him as someone who could be a strong, partisan or someone who's been a strong actor in the ADC is to point fingers at the APC and say, look, you guys are failing woefully, but you were part of them. So what are we saying? It's like you saying, oh, you know what? For what it is, I think I made a mistake. Own up and say you make a mistake. You made a mistake. And if you now own up, we will now decide to now say, let's forgive you or not. Before you go ahead and now say, APC is going to drown the country. I think for me, it's unpatriotic to say that the country that we've all gone through a lot to keep afloat, because we're all doing our part.
Yeah.
To now say it will not be a country if the ruling party continues. I think that statement for me was uncalled for. We will not be a country. Let us move from that selfish thought and move to whoever wins, can we be a better country? If I hear that, I'll be able to say, for what it's worth, that this person is an elder statesman. He knows exactly what he's saying. But I've always liked him as a person, right? His ideology is not necessarily him as a politician. But having heard this, I've been to question to now say, where does his patriotic sense lies? That's a very huge statement. If someone who is not a prominent figure, someone who is not a stakeholder, says something, I won't take it seriously. We probably wouldn't have it in the news. But when you say things like this, what you're doing is you are telling international community, you're telling those who are billionaires in dollars, who are foreigners, right, to hold on to their money and not come and invest in Nigeria. Meaning to say, business and economy of Nigeria will go down the drain. Meaning to say, jobs will be lost. Meaning to say, young ones who are coming out of university will not even see jobs in the first place. So there's a whole barrage of things that can come out of it. The way it can trickle down will not be nice at all. So I expected him as someone who is a seasoned politician, someone who understands how the country runs, to have used his words more sparingly instead of just dishing it out and say we will not be a country anymore. I think it wasn't sensitive at all.
Okay, let's move to our second story now, where the United Nations has made a historic move by declaring July 7th World Amotekun Day.
On what basis?
Afenifere, the Yoruba group, says it's a big validation of this Southwest Security Organization. Amotekun, which started in 2020 to fight banditry, to protect farmers and keep highways safer. This recognition means that Amotekun will now have observer status at UN meetings and even work with agencies on issues like human trafficking and arms control.
Okay.
You're asking on what basis?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, the security organization. So maybe this is one way for them to also make indigenous bodies also recognized on a global stage. I
mean, without beating around the bush, you can tell there is some form of, what's the word to use now? When you're trying to gain favor unnecessarily. Look, we already have, quote and unquote, our well-recognized security, not just agent, security arm, which is the Nigerian Army, the Navy, the people who are responsible for the well-being of the country when it comes to security network. Yes, we understand we have some level of state policing and all those other extra, security agencies. But for me, the question is, what is wrong if we say, and this is not me trying to put them under the bus for any reason, I'm just trying to, to generalize, because we need to, as a country, let us market our country properly. If we had such opportunity,
so that's part of the marketing now. Marketing our security.
World Amotekun Day.
Yes.
What happened to World Nigerian Day?
No, that one, World Nigeria Day. Do we have World America Day?
But you understand what I mean. With that, you're not just sarcastic, but give and take, right? I'm saying there are other things that we could have put in place to use that opportunity. Why must it be World Amotekun Day?
There's time for every. There is time for everything.
What about those
this time is for Amotekun. You know what? Let's see some of the reactions on social media. This time is for Amotekun. Why not? Okay, when people ask me why, I say why not? Really, why not? So Justin says, big win for Yoruba culture. Amotekun is getting global recognition. Amotekun getting global recognition is huge, and it shows local security efforts matter. Let's see more reactions on social media. Dorothy says, big move. Amotekun getting global recognition is huge for Yoruba heritage. Yes, I mean, that's a big move. Ayola says, I really commend those behind this operating Amotekun in Southwest. The issue of security is a collective responsibility for everyone. Let's see if we have more reactions. Dr. Dipo, obviously, Ogbeni Dipo says, kudos to Southwestern governors for creating the security outfit code named Amotekun. We cannot afford to allow bandits and criminals to continue terrorizing the populace. Very bold move. Again, I say congratulations to Amotekun. For me, it's lovely to see our own indigenous security outfit. This, it doesn't have to be police force or something. Amotekun, it's an indigenous way of security. I'm shocked to see your stand, because last week I remember what we were talking about and you did reference Amotekun. So why are you here today saying that why Amotekun? Why not Amotekun? Why not World Amotekun? Yeah. Does the world not deserve to know that there is something like Amotekun? Because I'm imagining myself as a Japanese and I say, World Amotekun, what is that? And then I search online. That's new knowledge for me.
How is it going to benefit Nigeria economically? That's my question.
Your economy. Yes. The UN observed days are not about days. It's about special days. It's not always economic.
There's something the UN is trying to get from Nigeria. They are thinking, how can we throw in this? It's all politics. If we people are not seeing it. If we create a World Amotekun Day, then we can now come back and ask Nigerian government, look, we need this in return. Nothing goes for nothing. That is why.
Okay, so it's not about, so in that case, then it's not about Amotekun.
No, not at all.
If it was another day, but you said why Amotekun.
Yes, I'll tell you.
Because if it was another day too, you would still say this.
It's exactly. So, like I said, I have nothing against Amotekun, right? I mean, it's good for us to be on a global, light. But for the UN to have done that, there is something they're looking for. You see, nothing goes for nothing. There is no smoke without fire. Something is there. With time, we'll find out. I tell you, look, the West has never come out to give you something without wanting something back in return.
No problem.
Right? So let us watch and see how it will unfold.
No problem. All I'm going to say is it's one day after my birthday.
No wonder.
It's one day after my birthday. Happy World Amotekun Day. Next year. Anyway, that's where we wrap up this morning on social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed the story. Just stay with us. Same time, same station. Don't go anywhere.
welcome to a new week. Welcome to Economy and Market. This is a new week on the 4th of August. We're starting off with some business news making the rounds. We're starting off with NACO, the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company. They reported a strong financial performance for the first half of 2025. The company's net income surged by 166.7% to 8.88 billion naira, while its group revenue doubled to 32.3 billion naira. Gross profit climbed by about 117.73% to 19 billion naira, and its operating profit also rose by 126% to 11.64 billion for the first half of 2024. Its earnings per share moved from 1.71 naira to 4.55 naira, a reflection of efficient cost control and improved margins. Then when we talk about financial ratios, we saw that gross profit margin was about 59% and its return on equity was about 51%. These results follow a robust FY 2024 where NACO recorded a 115% increase in pre-tax profit and an 88.5% revenue growth. The chairman of the company, Sende Fademi, attributed the performance to a 5-year growth plan. He talked about diversification, salary increases, as well as digital investments, including the Oracle ERP and HCM systems. Meanwhile, the group managing director of the company, Olumuyiwa Olumekun, emphasized reflecting ESG and logistics diversification as strategic priorities. Then we move to Cadbury that recorded a turnaround financially in the first half of 2025. The makers of TomTom posted a profit before tax of 14.5 billion naira compared to a loss of 13.88 billion in the same period last year. This represents a 205% year-on-year improvement that was driven by a 50% increase in revenue to 77.25 billion naira amid improved operational efficiency. The company's net profit at the end of the half year stood at 10.18 billion, reversing a 9.7 billion loss from H1 2024, as its gross profit also surged by 128% to 21.86 billion naira. The company's balance sheet was strengthened during the half year as its total assets rose by 21% to 87 billion naira, while its inventory grew by 150% to 34.5 billion, and its net assets jumped by 232% to 14.6 billion naira. When we talk about earnings per share, the basic earnings per share rebounded to 4.46 naira from a negative 4.26 naira in H1 2024. The managing director of the company, Oyeyimika Adeboye, credited the performance to strong top-line growth, cost discipline, and macroeconomic stability, particularly the relative stability of the naira. Then from Cadbury, we also move on to Lafarge that delivered also an exceptional performance in the first half of 2025. The company reported a net income of 132.7 billion naira, which was a 352% rise from the 29.4 billion recorded in the same period in 2024. Its operating profit soared to 199.7 billion, boosting its operating margin to 39%. In H1 2024, we saw its operating margin at 16%. This sharp rise in operating margin is a reflection of improved cost control as the company is now benefiting from its switch to CNG power trucks through its haulage partner, ABC Haulage. In Q2 2025, in the second quarter of 2025, that's between April to June, Lafarge achieved a record high quarterly revenue of 268.6 billion, marking a 70% year-on-year increase. Despite a 61% rise in operating expenses, its after-tax profit surged by 248% to 84 billion naira. This is largely due to an 89% drop in finance costs. The group's total assets also crossed 1.03 trillion naira, fueled by a capital expenditure of 28.9 billion naira. When it comes to the top line, we see the top line rise by 75%, talking about the revenue, to 517 billion naira in the first half of the year. This growth in revenue outpaced cost growth, and thus causing gross margin to improve to 57% from 50% in H1 2024. Overall, in the Nigerian stock market, we saw Nigerian stock market deliver an outstanding performance in July 2025 as the NGX All-Share Index surged by a whopping 16.57% in July, the strongest monthly return since January 2024. The index closed the month at a record high of 139,863.52 points, up from 119,978.57 points, basically adding 12.47 trillion naira in market value. Impressively, the market posted gains every single trading day in July, marking a historic 22-session winning streak. Driving this rally was heightened trading activity, as the month also saw a record monthly turnover of 907.5 billion naira. A major contributor to this turnover was the 323.45 billion first holdco block trade that occurred on July 16. That trade saw Otudeko and Hassan Odukale sell off their existing equity in First Bank to RC Investment Management. UACN led the performance board during the month with a 96% gain to 80 naira 30 kobo, its highest level. That's its highest share price since 2014. Okumu Oil also surged by 33% to cross the 1 trillion naira market cap mark, while MTN Nigeria gained 32% during the month to close at 472 naira per share. On August 1, the index rose another 1% to 141,263.05 points, a new all-time high. Year-to-date gains now stand at 37.25%, gradually nearing the 2024 full year's return of 37.65%. After the break, we're returning with an update from the market on Friday.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Friday, August the 1st, saw the end of a week where we saw the NGX gain over 5% during that week. So from July 1 to July 31st, we saw the NGX gain over 16%. We've talked about that. Then now let's look at what the market said or did during the week, starting from July 28. We saw the NGX All-Share Index go appreciate by 1% on Friday to hit a record high. It hit a record high consecutively every day from July 1st to July 31st. It hit a record high of 141,000 points, giving us a year-to-date gain of 37.25%. Recall that in 2024, the market had a year-to-date return of 37.65%. We are gradually inching closer to the entire full year 2024's return, and we are just 7 months into the year. Total traded volume on Friday over 1 billion shares, 1,079 million shares thereabout, with a traded value induced worth about 26.851 billion naira. The market cap is now up to 89.373 trillion naira. At this rate, the market cap is probably going to be hitting 190 trillion in the coming days. Our top gainers on Friday, UAC Nigeria. After the news of its acquisition of Chi Limited, UAC was a top gainer, top performer in the market last week, not just last week, throughout July. It's now at the share price of 88.30 naira. The last time we saw anything remotely close to this was in 2014 January, when the market hit a share price of 65 naira. Then Boa Cement, record high share price 148 naira after gaining 9.63%, still on Friday. Veritas Capital Assurance up by 9.45% on Friday to hit a share price of 139 kobo. Last year in 2024, Veritas Capital was one of the consistent performers. However, we've seen a lot of profit taking on that stock this year, and it has made it become one of one of the least performing stocks, as we've seen significant. It's now in double-digit losses on the exchange. Bitter Glass continued its bullish run, or continued its dream run, as we'll call it, hitting a share price of 408 naira 50 kobo. Now Bitter Glass is up over 500% on the exchange this year. Legend Internet was up by 8.84% on Friday to hit a share price of 6 naira 40 kobo. However, amongst our losers, we see Champion Breweries down by 10% to hit a share price of 12 naira 51 kobo. Champion Breweries has also been on a dream run for most of 2025. However, we saw some bit of profit taking happen on Friday. Owando down 10% after not so exciting earnings result after not so exciting results that were released during the week on Thursday. Dangote Sugar also down by 6.64% thereabout, and Cornerstone was also down, and Abbey Mortgage Bank was down. In terms of actively traded stocks, in terms of trading volume, we see FCMB 2.8 billion naira worth of FCMB shares traded on Friday. Fidelity Bank 1.8 billion Fidelity Bank shares traded. That was about 85.551 million Fidelity Bank shares traded. You also see the same with, you see something similar with Sterling Bank, as we see 58.367 million Sterling Bank shares traded in deals worth about 397 million naira. Universal Insurance and Veritas Capital were also topped up the list of the most traded stocks in terms of volume. During the week, we saw the NGX All-Share Index gain over 6,800 points from last week, and amongst the top gainers of the week, we see UACN number one, 60.69% between Monday to Friday. Significant gain recorded in just 5 trading days. Meteor Industries up by 41.82% during the week. Custodian Investments up by 27.87% during the week, and Veritas Capital also up by 23% during that week. And in terms of our losers, Abbey Mortgage Bank lost over 34% in 1 week. FTN Cocoa Processors lost 20.3%, down by 20.3% in 1 week. Cornerstone Insurance down by 15.99% in 1 week, and we see the same in the Initiate PLC, also down by 14.76%. Then in terms of weekly sector performances, we see industrial goods, as Dangote Cement was a significant gainer during the week. Dangote Cement propelled industrial goods index to a 10.1% gain during the week. We saw the banking index also up by 3.49%, and the consumer goods index up by 2.72% during the week. Oil and gas index continues its slide in 2025, down by 0.48%, and insurance index also down by 1.22%. So in terms of, when you look at the gains, when you move from there, you move to the global market, where you see that last week tariff run was significant on the global market. The tariff announcements by Donald Trump, the US president, led to major downsides for the Dow Jones Index, for the S&P 500, for the Nasdaq Composite. So we are seeing a rerun of what happened in April. We've seen quite a rerun of that. We saw quite a rerun of that on Friday. And it was not just the American market affected. We saw the same thing happen in the Asian market. We saw the Nikkei 225, the Kospi, the Hang Seng, everybody all in the red. Same thing in Europe. In Europe, it was even more dastard, as the FTSE 100, the CAC 40 of France, the DAX index also all in the red. And I'm not talking marginal red, talking 2%, 3% declines. When we return from the break, we're going to be speaking on global wealth migration trends. A simple summary basically is about how high net worth individuals navigate their migration decision based on the tax friendliness of the city or of the country, based on some of the policies of the people, of the government in the country. And one company that has been greatly involved in facilitating this trend for HNWs, high net worth individuals, is Multipolitan. After the break, we're going to be returning with an interview. Let's go. So Multipolitan is a product-driven global migration firm that simplifies international travel, relocation, business setup, and asset management for borderless enthusiasts. The company was launched in 2024 and it was co-founded by Nibhe Handa, a former group head at Henley and Partners, and Lee Smith, the co-founder, who was the co-founder. Lee Smith previously founded the payment unicorn Payday, which was acquired by PayPal for $2.7 billion. And on the show this morning, we have Chi Okebalama, who is the executive partner for Africa at Multipolitan. Good morning, Chi.
Good morning.
I'm okay. So
it's so good to be here.
Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
So basically the first thing I want to ask is about the wealth report, the Multipolitan wealth report. Multipolitan describes itself as a product-driven global migration firm. So break that down. What does that mean in practice for Africans, especially entrepreneurs and families?
Okay, thank you for that question.
Yes.
Multipolitan is a Singapore headquartered
Yeah.
Immigration platform.
Yes.
So what we're doing is using technology. First of all, we're a technology business before we're a headcount business. We're using technology to productize how people move around the world. And as it relates to the report, we're seeing trends, from the past, the present, and predicting the future, right? So what we do is we are building a platform that is based on using an AI agent that you would have in the palm of your hands. You'll be able to access it 24 hours a day. This product-based service is for high net worth individuals and retail investors as well, who want to travel, who want to relocate, who want to migrate around the world. What this does is for the retail investor is to eliminate doubt, eliminate scams, eliminate bad information, because we know that there have been a lot of people who are falling prey to bad advice.
Yeah.
So having a reliable platform, having a verified platform where you can, in the palm of your hands, access over 100 programs worldwide, I think it will give the retail investor, the high net worth individual, the advisors, the opportunity to get the right information, correct information, and thereby saving them millions and millions of dollars in the future.
Okay. So basically what product now is like AI driven.
Yes. Yes.
And it's targeted towards helping people access information about
yes.
global wealth,
global migration, yes, visas,
and things like that.
Yes.
So there are some emerging trends that are contained in the report. So
yeah.
There are some of them. Which of them do you think that high net worth individuals living in Africa?
Yeah.
Or let me streamline, living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Which of them do you think should be paying attention to the most right now?
Okay, so what I would say is that first of all, we're in a trust economy, yes. right? And low headline tax is not the only thing people are looking for.
Yes.
Investors are looking for fiscal prudence, fiscal clarity. As we're emerging, as we're moving further into this world where 3.0 is a thing, right?
Yes.
Blockchain. So you're looking at where am I going to invest my money that is almost like in the future already, right? That is why places like New Zealand come up, smart and sustainable cities. We also looked at where wealth has been preserved over the last 10 years. So for the Nigerian family, it's not just words on the paper, it's actuality. We're now, Nigerian entrepreneurs are now very ambitious. We're globally ambitious, and we want to be able to compete on the global stage, right? So a report like this gives us information. It weaponizes us to be able to understand the emerging trends, to be able to look in the past and see what has happened, and to see where we can diversify. So an asset, before, it's like I would say, like a alternate residence is now like stock. You can't just put all your stock in one. So having an asset class like an alternate residence gives you jurisdictional prowess, right? So you're able to do more with your money, and it's not just about relocating, etc. You're able to do more with your money. You're able to diversify your assets.
So can you help me understand what alternate residence is about? Like,
Okay, so alternate residence in a sense is basically acquiring an alternate residency through different means, you know. And at Multipolitan, one thing we stress is not just the high-end programs. We're looking at so many programs because now we have a lot of I would call them nomads, right? People who do different things. Yes, so we provide a lot of business expansion visas. We provide a lot of nomad visas as well, so that you're spending one tenth of how much you could have to acquire a residency across the world. And by no means is a residency just so that you can relocate. Like I said, it just empowers you to be able to function across jurisdictions. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so now your report mentions pardon me.
That's right.
We'll go on a short break. After this.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about? And it's
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinions.
So basically, the report was mentioning some cities that are non-traditional, like Wellington, Copenhagen.
Yeah.
I think that's in Denmark, gaining traction. So what are the advantages that this city are offering to Nigerian entrepreneurs, investors, families, basically?
Okay, thank you for that question. And I have to point out that these cities were not mentioned so that Nigerians can migrate there, right? What we see from these cities is that climate action is a focus. So Denmark, Copenhagen, Wellington, Singapore, these cities are smart, and they're smart cities. They're, digitally ready. Like I said, we're heading into a Web 3.0 revolution, and we need to be able to be part of that, right? So these are cities that provide the infrastructure for that. So as much as we're looking at smart cities, sustainable cities, these cities also provide stable governance. So it's not just about low taxation anymore. You have to pair low taxation with fiscal clarity, with stable governance, and then with smart readiness. So these are the three cities that were on the top three for smart and sustainable cities.
Okay. So when you bring all of that, juxtapose it against what we have in Nigeria, we have on smart cities.
Why are you laughing? Why are you smiling? Why are you smirking?
We have on smart cities. How do you think we can emulate these cities to probably become more attractive for, like, cities in Africa, like Lagos, Johannesburg? What lessons
can we learn?
Nairobi, Accra, Ghana.
Yes.
What lessons do you think they can learn from some of these cities? Probably become this hub for wealth retention and become more attractive for high net worth individuals.
First of all, that smirk says a lot.
No, the reality is we don't have smart cities. There's no city we can.
We're on our way.
Okay.
We're on our way, because one thing about Africa is that we're not short on talent.
Yes.
And I know that we're not short on talent, and we're a very resilient people.
Exactly.
That no matter where we're placed in the world, you would always find that in the top 3 we're there, right? Now, what we just need to do is replicate what's happening outside, inside, create policies that are more friendly to attract foreign direct investments. Places like Singapore are the banking capitals of the world nowadays, right? So we need to have venture capitalists from San Francisco, from Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Singapore come into Nigeria. There is no shortage of talent in Africa, and that is one thing we pride ourselves on. So for us to be able to emulate, for example, the West, right? Emerging markets have to be able to collaborate with them. Now, another thing is the ease of doing business in Africa, right? Some countries have started adapting policies. You can see it in Rwanda, you can see in Kenya, that attract foreign direct investment. Now, we need to have like special economic zones. We need to have an ease of doing business around here that makes it more attractive for foreigners to come and invest in our countries. And I think that, and then just having a reliable and stable government that doesn't make you feel...
Consistency should be in the past.
That's what you're saying, right? Yes, but I agree with you. I think that we can have a collaboration with countries and states like San Francisco, Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and with our talent and special economic zones, stable governance, government support, we should be able to be as efficient as those other cities.
So thank you. But the question I want to ask now is about Multipolitan's approach to traditional citizenship, residency advisory services. There's a number of people who do all of this. What makes it quite different from what we've seen in this part of the world before? I think there used to be a company that used to offer St. Kitts and Nevis passports. Used to have quite a number of vendors. Like you pay them to advisory services. What makes Multipolitan different from them?
So first of all, like I said, we're not a traditional citizenship and residency business as in the traditional sense. That's our core focus. But like I said, we're very AI in touch, AI driven. Like I said, we're building an AI agent that will be able to provide solid advice, that will be able to provide intelligence towards migration, intelligence towards mobility, and also not just offer programs that are inaccessible to the general masses. Yes, we focus on residencies by investment and citizenship by investment, but like I said, we have access to business expansion programs. So for example, in Portugal, instead of spending over hundreds and there's thousands of euros, we can do something like that for a tenth of the price and get like a D2 residence visa that allows you to expand your business into Portugal. We're also looking at nomad visas. We're looking at visas in Spain, visas in Italy, that would help you to be able to expand your business, and at the back end of that also acquire an alternate residency, which just helps you in both jurisdictions.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you
time.
very much.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. And when we return on Wednesday, we're going to be talking about MTN's performance in H1 2025. Thank you and have a good morning.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television News at noon. I'm Deborah Eze. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Now let's see what's making the headlines. Sabotage behind nearly 60% of oil spills in 2024, says NUPRC. One term is enough for me, just like Lincoln and JFK, Peter Obi. Ghana orders multi-choice to cut DSTV prices or face suspension. More than 65 refugees and migrants die in boat sinking off Yemeni coast. Sun poised to join LAFC for potential record fee. Let's now begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has reported a total of 732 oil spill incidents in 2024, with sabotage responsible for nearly 60% of them. This is according to the Commission's 2024 annual report released in line with the Petroleum Industry 2021, mandating the submission of yearly operational and financial reports to the Minister of Petroleum Resources by March 31st of the following year. According to the report, sabotage accounted for 59.01% of the recorded spills. Total crude oil and condensates production for the year was 578.52 million barrels, including 482.82 million barrels of crude oil and 95.70 million barrels of condensate. And moving on, Labour Party candidate of the 2027 presidential election, Peter Obi, is promising to serve only a single term if elected president, turning to history's most iconic leaders to back his case. Obi revealed that impactful leadership doesn't depend on how long a leader stays in power, but what they do with the little time they are given. The former governor of Anambra cited the likes of former President Abraham Lincoln, John Kennedy, and Nelson Mandela, who served only one term, insisting that their legacy endures despite the short service. Obi, however, revealed that his vow is not just a campaign line, but a sacrosanct commitment. And to end the local news, Ghana has ordered MultiChoice, the operator of DSTV, to slash its subscription fees by 30% by August 7th or risk having its broadcasting license suspended. According to the state-owned Daily Graphic, the directive aims to align Ghana's pricing with that of peer markets, adjusting for the recent appreciation in the value of Ghanaian cedi. The report cited Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, Samuel Nate George, who accused the company of overpricing despite favorable exchange conditions. George added that the company had offered to maintain current pricing while suspending the repatriation of revenues to its headquarters, while the government rejected that proposal. We then move to the foreign scene, where the United Nations Migration Agency has announced that about 68 African refugees and migrants have died, while 74 others remain missing after a boat capsized off the coast of Yemen. Head of the UN's International Organization for Migration, Yemen, Abdulsato Essoev, revealed that the boat with 154 Ethiopians aboard capsized off Yemen's province of Abian. According to Essoev, 12 people survived the shipwreck, adding that the bodies of 54 refugees and migrants washed ashore in the district of Kanfar, and 14 others were found dead at a different location and taken to a hospital morgue. Abdul Kader Bajamil, Director of Health Office in Zanzibar, revealed that the authorities were making arrangements to bury the victims near the city of Shagra, while search opportunities continued amid difficult conditions. And to end the news, Son Heung-min is expected to join Los Angeles FC for around £20 million after announcing his departure from Tottenham over the weekend. The forward revealed in a news conference on Saturday that he will leave Tottenham this summer after 10 years at the club. According to reports, the 33-year-old appears to join Major League Soccer in what could be a record fee, potentially surpassing the £22.5 million paid by Atlanta United to sign Emmanuel Lat from Middlesbrough in February. The final detail of the transfer, however, remain in discussion, with his move to LAFC now considered subject just to the completion of paperwork and a medical. Son, who is under contract with Spurs until 2026, made what is expected to be his final appearance for Tottenham in a 1-1 preseason friendly against Newcastle in Seoul on Sunday. Now, this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I'm Deborah Eze. Stay tuned for more.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict In my mind, I'll say, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Bodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day.
On this day in 1704, Gibraltar was captured by Britain during the War of the Spanish Succession. Britain took control of Gibraltar after Spain surrendered, and the rock subsequently became a British colony and a symbol of British naval strength. And on this day in 1961, Barack Obama was born in Hawaii. He became the 44th President of the United States and the first African American to hold the office from 2009 to 2017. He was raised in Hawaii and Indonesia and later studied in Columbia University and the Harvard Law School, where he became the first Black president of the Harvard Law Review. Obama began his career as a community organizer in Chicago before entering politics and serving in the Illinois Senate and later the U.S. Senate. His 2004 Democratic National Convention speech propelled him to national fame, and in 2008, he won the presidency, defeating Republican John McCain. He chose Joe Biden as his running mate and ran a grassroots campaign powered by small donations and widespread public support. Obama's presidency focused on diplomacy, economic recovery, and healthcare reform amid the 2008 financial crisis. He signed legislation to expand healthcare access, though it faced fierce opposition and ignited the Tea Party movement. He received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009 for his efforts to improve international relations, though critics questioned his foreign policy stance. His administration faced increasing partisanship, with Democrats and the Republicans clashing over major policy initiatives. Despite challenges, Obama left office in 2017 with a legacy of historic firsts and major legislative achievements.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Bodna. Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talent. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group, they're partnering very well, we have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call, we say, "My name is Josephine Oshafi, how can I best serve you?"
They bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. So this is what I'm looking for now. My name is Obina Okonkwo. People in this area always call me Okobanti. Based on what I do, I produce palm, sandal, both men and female. I'm not born like this. So when I was like 2 years old, when I got this accident, I sick. Then my mom took me to the hospital, but unfortunately, they gave me injection to the wrong side. Instead to give me at the normal place, give me at my bone. It now weak me. My mom cannot back me with one rapper. He used 3 rapper to back me. Because she said I cannot be able to sit down again. I only, So she has to do everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. So according to my mom, what she said, she took me to those people that do agbo. That's a native medicine. She said they bury me, my outfit at the ground for good 3 days. Then do some maintenance to make sure that I can be able to sit down. Because according to her, she said I cannot sit down I just, because I'm weak all over. My mom tried everything possible to make sure that I'm okay. I don't like going back to my past because it do hurt me. Due to each time I go back on it, make me shed tears. But that one doesn't bring me down. I'm still pushing on. Based on, I believe that this is not the end of it. I still thank God that I'm alive and I'm still pushing forward. But I say, this boy cannot continue like this. No. Let me find one or two things and fix him. He asked me, boy, what would you like to learn? I say, radionic. And I said, no, radionic cannot. I said, no, I want to learn cobbler. He said, now fix me in one at a Babish market. There's one man they call Mr. Water. But now this man is late. May he rest in peace. That's my boss. He taught me on how to beat palm. I learned my work for good 4 years, but no money to continue on my own, to start on my own. My boss said, okay, boy, and if I do your business with me, if you can sample your goods in my show glass, then anything, if customer come, if they choose your own, fine, they choose my own fast. So my boss is the only person that helped me that period for good 4 or 5 years. I'm married with a wife with 4 kids. This is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing to feed them, to take care of, even pay their school fees. I know it's not really easy, but I don't have to give up. I said, I have to put myself together. And I don't even look down on my condition that I'm on wheelchair. As you can see now from here, from here now, I can get to mainland. I will just go to bus stop, take a box, they will carry me to mainland, where I do buy my materials. I don't have to give up to myself. You know, I know I'm a man. And I'm not seeing myself on this wheelchair. I don't look down myself. I believe that any woman that will come for me like this, she will take me to where I am. And that's my wife. Our former president say the youth are lazy. Me, I say no, the youth are not lazy, no. If they can come outside and walk around the street, they will see people like me say, no, this bros, man, you're not lazy. I'm not lazy. If I'm lazy, my woman will not accept me. My dad do everything possible to take good care of us. So when I lost him, I have no option. And I had to buckle myself and engage my hustle. Because this is what I'm doing. Not for the time. So I said, no, I rather stick onto it. And this hustle has to pay me. Pay my house rent, my baby school fees, and then feeding. If market goes well, I can make like normally 6 to 7K. And if it's like a month end, when people have got a salary, I can make like 16 to 17K. That month end, but if per day, 7K, 6K. And due to the expensive, and I have to save to buy more materials. Normally, if I do just to build, it can be like 7 pairs or 6 pairs by day. If I do repairing, and I can be like 3 pairs. 1 pair of shoe here, it contains 4K. Depends on the sole. If you want the man funny sole, it's 4.5. The man Nigeria sole is 3.5. One guy came to me here, meet me. He said, bro, you know where your shoe don't reach? I said, no. He said, I travel to Dubai. The farm where I wear go, my friend carry him. Now I come back, come see my mom. I said, no, I must pick one again. And I said, bro, now God, he said, bro, where your palm reach, you go reach here pass. I say, amen. So I'm not feeling bad. I know if it is God, I'm not looking at myself. I just say it is God. I just have to that way. Because if I do pardon, I didn't wait. God, no, I do. I know, just in fact, it is God. Just on God. So this is what I'm looking for now. So I'm simply forward for a better place. They asked us to leave. And they even give us they give us now till this December, everybody should leave. Where are we for? Although you don't used to liquor, but water used to come out from ground. From ground. Even as you can see through the passage, you will do that water you do enter. If rain fall heavy now, all this passage will flood you. All the flood, even me say, but I don't have any option. And my friend will back me in. Yes, they do back me in. Because I can't crawl inside that water. They have to back me. Then early morning, I will call them, they will come and pick me out again. normally people do show me love, but like I say, I'm not begging. Because I believe that why would I beg? If you give me 100 naira or 50 naira, now I cannot stop anything now. Because I believe if I walk, people come, patronize me, give me like 4, 5, 4K. I know I can be able to meet up for the day. But 50 naira, 100 naira, no. This one cannot even help you to anyway. So that's why I believe in my hustle. Say, look at it be, my hustle will pay me.
My name is Sarah Okonkwo. Was in the business already before I saw him. I love him. That's why I married him.
I've been in roughly 2004. I've been here, so people know me, both small and big. People know me. And the time for month now, like this period now, so we just come and we'll buy also like 1 dozen, 12 pieces. So I can't travel. So we still come say, bros, I beg, check for me, I'm going to sell. I will help them bring the price down. Instead of giving them 4, 5, I will give them 3, 5. 3, 5. They actually, if they eat 1K or 5, you know bad. So on me, business they buy bunch, man. I don't go to fill them. So if I get like 1K on each palm I sell, I'm okay. Because the reason why I'm doing because I'm not paying for shop. But if I pay for shop, I will add money. I will sell it normally the way people other person is. My name is Obina Okonkwo, and people do call me Okobanti. Based on the way I'm doing my own thing, and then people say, upon this man on a wheelchair, still doing something. How much more them? Then they are okay. So my daily activity low, he encourage them. He say, if this man on a wheelchair can do something like this, how much more we can do more better than him? So that's why that name come out, that Kokobanti. Then bury me.
Welcome to Triumph Against Odds, the podcast where we uncover the stories of extraordinary individuals building, leading, and thriving despite everything life throws at them. I'm your host, Obidiko Kafo, and today's guest is someone who doesn't just defy odds, he rewrites the entire script. On this special episode, we have with us Professor Bat Nnaji, engineer, innovator, public servant, and founder of Geometric Power, Nigeria's first indigenous integrated power company. His journey from Enugu to MIT, from robotics labs in America to power plants in Aba is not just remarkable, it's deeply instructive for anyone trying to build something meaningful in difficult environments. We'll talk about grit, long-term vision, patriotism, and why even in the face of overwhelming odds, he never stopped believing in Nigeria. Professor Bat Nnaji, welcome to the show and happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, Obidiko.
Yes, sir. Before we talk about power plants, policies, and patriotisms, let's go back. You lived a life filled with extraordinary accomplishments, but what were the high points of your childhood?
High points of my childhood?
Yes, sir. What kind of home did you grow up in, and what did young Bat dream of becoming?
Well, I grew up in a simple environment. I was quite privileged to have been able to live for a short time in my village. So I got a chance to know what the village life is like. And then I lived with my uncle in various communities in Kano land. He was a headmaster, and so he moved around from school to school. So it gave me very strong grounding about our communities, and I truly enjoyed growing up that way, going to schools until the war came. I was quite young when the war came. I was at about 10, 11 years old when the war came, and we suddenly became refugees. That's where we really had very serious challenges in life. But I must say I was happy that we navigated that period. Nobody in our family got kwashiorkor, and we were able to survive the war. And it was, even though I had gotten admission to government college, Port Harcourt, just before the war, but I was too young to, my family didn't let me go. So they said I should wait another year. And that year was the year the war came. So the next thing was, right after the war, around 1971, then I started secondary school at St. Patrick's College, because my family said it was best that I stayed close to home. I am from Umode community in.
And what did young Bat dream of becoming? You know, the experience of the war and everything. What were you dreaming of becoming? You know, then with your childhood, what were you dreaming of? What were you hoping to become?
I always wanted to be an engineer.
Okay.
That's the thing. You'd be surprised. If I said if I wasn't going to be an engineer, I'd be a journalist. So seriously, I admired journalists a lot. But engineering was number one.
Okay, so how did growing up in Enugu and your early wins in athletics shape your confidence to take on big, improbable goals?
Okay, first, I come from a family. My grandfather was Atama of the town, and before the coming of the white man, the Atama was the person who kind of made rules about the town. In many parts of Igbo land, as you know very well, we didn't have traditional rulers and so on. So it's people like that made the rules that governed the town. So my grandfather was that, but it required very pure kind of life, life of dignity, integrity, regard. Wasn't a position of having money. We had a lot of land, but not what you may call money in modern world that way. So that was from anybody coming from that family tends to be quite strong in character and have confidence. Then it turns out that the secondary school I went to, which was St. Patrick's College, that was that's a place where you really must be strong to be in that school. The students tend to be very good academically. They tend to be good in sports. They tend to be they tend to be confident, and you're taught to be confident. in school. So I would say that that kind of background, home background, the background of where I went to school helped to shape, give me confidence to move forward. In fact, I must say, when I went to America for my undergraduate, I did not think that the white people were in any way, shape, or form better than me. I never even thought about it. So mine was, of course, I was doing well in school, so if it was first that I would come, I would have the first, and that's what I was used to. So I don't know. It's just the way one was made.
I think like you mentioned before, since you come from that line and your grandfather was, somebody who made rules, I think those influence, those bloodline influence. You turned down Columbia for St. John's out of faith and values. How did those early choices shape your path in public service and business?
Okay. I would tend to think that if it is today, many people, and perhaps even myself, will think that that's a bit of foolishness. That I chose to go to St. John's
instead of
because I saw it as the largest Catholic university in America at the time, over an Ivy League school. So, but in the end, it was all okay because I think I did reasonably okay, given the trajectory of my academic life.
True.
My bachelor's, master's, PhD, fellowship, and academic career as a professor.
Okay, so how did it shape your path?
It was because I believed that I was just a very staunch Catholic. That was the driver for choosing St. John's.
Okay, but how did these early choices shape your path in public service and business?
Maybe I didn't really think of it, but I was never greedy. I tend to be satisfied with what I am doing because I would tend to do what I'm doing very well. I didn't envy anybody. And so I look at long view of things rather than short-term view. So I'll tell you, when I finished my PhD, a number of my colleagues who graduated with me wanted to go into industry, bigger money and all that. But I took the offer to be a professor at the University of Massachusetts, maybe half the salary of my colleagues. And there was one thing that happened about 3 years at the University of Massachusetts. I got offer to be head of department at Philips Laboratories. And it is, as you know, an international company.
Yes.
And here I was, just 3 years out of university, and they were offering me that. And they were offering me a house in, a nice house in somewhere in the upscale part of New York State, and so on and so forth. I began to think, well, being a professor is what has sped me to this point. I am confident that my colleagues who went to industry will not be getting the same kind of offer. And there are so many things that I considered at that time. And I said, even though the salary they were offering me was more than triple what I was making as a professor, I chose to stay there because it must have value. There must be something that I am doing that people value more. And as it turned out, that was it. So when eventually I was invited to serve as minister in the interim government, I was confident that if I was in industry, they would not have invited me because my profile would not have risen to that point. But here I was at the University of Massachusetts. I would even represent United States in NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization of Research, with colleagues, German professors. I became an editor-in-chief of our fields magazine journal in the world. There were just things that happened to me because I didn't go for the money. I went for the quality work, research that I was doing. And so in public service, it was the same thing. I had the echo of keep your hands clean. Don't go doing anything that will soil your name. So maybe others were getting rich by doing all manner of things. I didn't. In fact, there are too many stories, including like when I was asked for government to pay for my house when I was Minister of Power, and I refused. I said, well, I was living in a house in Abuja. I didn't need to have my house paid for. Again. So it's just a guide to be satisfied with the little you have. And not go trying to do the things that will soil your name. But I tell you, it eventually helped me because that was the credibility required to get support from investors in the power business. Because at the time when we started Geometric Power, there was no private power company in Nigeria. And so it took a lot to convince investors that they should invest in a power business, private power business. In fact, when NEPA was an authority, you can't build a power project in Nigeria that is for public. And that was what we were trying to do that time. So, but it was integrity that came from all these things that I'm talking about, just not wanting to do something that is not correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. That has shown a lot. Your track record speaks for itself. So I want to ask what's that one small thing, perhaps unimportant, that keeps you grounded after all these years? I know you've mentioned something in that line, but I would like you to speak a bit more about it. That's one thing that keeps you grounded, after all these years, after all these achievements, places you've been to. But there's that one thing that keeps you grounded, that makes you, keep your head down. I know you've talked about your background, but if you can just, go a little bit more into, that thing that keeps you grounded.
Family.
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 Okay. How does the family keep you grounded? How do they keep you grounded?
You'll be surprised that I like being in the village. I like being with my my family members, both poor and rich. In fact, everybody, when we're around, can just have a good power, and then we're talking, and you will know that this person has 10 naira in his pocket, while the other person has 100 naira in his pocket. So it doesn't matter. I enjoy that very much. So in fact, during the difficult period in my in the company, they were the ones that would kind of take the remove the different things. Once I'm with them, I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And let me even go backwards and say that when I was a professor at the University of Massachusetts, I was the first Black person to be a tenured professor, full professor at the University of Massachusetts in engineering. But to be tenured, which means that you have lifetime appointments, you go through quite a rigorous process.
Wow.
And there were 3 white men, older men, professors, who just didn't want to have a Black person. But interestingly, all the other people were rooting
for you
because of my performance in the university. So I decided that what is the worst thing that can actually happen? Because I always go, what is that worst thing that can happen? Worst thing that can happen is that they don't grant me tenure. I have a country to go to. I have my people. I can go back to my country. And to me, even if it is becoming a farmer, I am okay with it. That is how my headset. So I don't die for a job. I don't go dying for something that people are actually clamoring to have. They don't trip me.
Okay. You stayed, so now let's move into, something that has always been on my mind. To be honest, I've been thinking about it personally, and I really wanted to ask you this question. So I'm happy that I'm having this opportunity to speak with you. You stayed committed to the Aba Power project for 20 years. What kept you going through all the delays and resistance? What kept you going, basically?
Well, for me, my wife usually would say, don't go telling Prof that he can't do it, because that's when you really get him going. But if I start something, I usually finish it, or I want to finish it. And to me, the ABBA project was not about bad energy. It wasn't about making money. It was about solving a problem and showing the country that it is possible to have reliable electricity. And it is also a way to provide electricity to a crucial region that needed economic growth, as a demonstration for the entire nation that this is how it could be done, that this could be replicated in other parts of the country, and why not Aba? So that commitment kept me going. So no matter what anybody was doing, I stayed focused on ensuring the realization of it. I didn't go fighting everybody in the world about what they were doing. But I wanted to see that the project came to fruition. And we're happy that eventually happened.
Okay. So this is still connected to that question. What was your mindset when PPAs were suspended and the project stalled again?
It wasn't about IPP that was connected with the PPA.
Okay. Okay.
No, it's a different project. We wanted to ramp up, build a 1,080 megawatt power plant in collaboration with General Electric. That project is called OMA Power.
OMA. Okay.
And actually, we spent millions of dollars with General Electric in developing that project. So the power purchase agreement signing was suspended when President Buhari came on board. Typically, most presidents, when they come, they want to understand what's going on. So he did that, but he never got reinstated. And as a result, till today, we can't say that there's been a new power plant built in the nation for more than 10 years. Because it was that PPA supported by government the support government needed was to provide guarantee, partial risk guarantee to support it. And a private company will go out and build the power plant. So we were one of the 3 or 4 companies that had matured, gone through all the processes, finance secured from US OPIC. That is the OPIC is the Overseas Private Investment Corporation of the United States, from Canadian Exim, from Chinese Exim Bank, from Standard Chartered Bank. We had put together all of these and they were ready to go. Just that partial risk guarantee never came. And that was all. So that's the PPA, that's Oma Power. But above IPP was stalled from just machinations of the human beings in our country.
Okay, so why do you think others give up under pressure, and what's made you endure when many will walk away?
I don't know what, I can't guess how others think, but what I know is that if your motivation is pure private gain, it's easier to give up. But if you have a higher motivation, you would continue to go. It's like believing in religion. You can keep going with that kind of belief in God. So for me, solving society's problem, solving problem that will provide all kinds of benefits to our humanity. That's the sort of thing that kept me going. I don't know what, so I can't give up that kind of thing, because what is life after all if I give that up? And by the way, there are better ways to make money. You could just even go and sit back and put money in stock exchange and be getting money from that. And it's probably better than coming to run a business where with all kinds of obstacles in the way. Not to talk of the created obstacles by people who are determined to come to take what you're doing.
I think one of the things I've learned from this is that always look at the bigger picture, look beyond yourself, because that's the most important thing. So, another thing I want to find out is, even as investors pull out of Nigeria, you are bringing Geometric into Aba. What do you still see in Nigeria that others are missing? Because people are, sometimes people come and they're like, even though now investors are still trying to come back and all of that, but over time you've stayed the course. Investors have come, investors have gone, investors are coming back, but there's this consistency. So what do you still see in Nigeria that others might miss, or others are missing or are not seeing?
Well, I'm focusing on the problem, on solving the problem. And I think that if you focus on solving the problem, you most likely would not go away. Investors, they say that money can be quite shy. Yes. But if you have a credible problem and you've devised a solution for it, and you have bring integrity to bear on it, and people believe and trust in you, then it becomes possible to stay. Our country is difficult, but I sincerely believe that this is the best place to do what this, any kind of investment, because you will be solving problems that you can see the outcome. Like here in Aba, I can almost like touch and feel the effect of providing reliable electricity here. Incidentally, the background that you're seeing, if you're seeing it,
yes,
is our power plants. It's the background of our power plant. We built it. And when we were building it, we set out to build it, not just, mount poles, small concrete poles anywhere, but to build strong tubular poles that withstand the test of time. Years. Many of these poles are mounted about 9 meters, more than 9 meters into the ground. Okay, so you can't be thinking about running away when you're doing that kind of thing.
Okay, if fear wasn't in the picture, what bold step would you take in the next stage of your work?
Well, if fear wasn't in the picture, is that what you said?
Yes, if fear was not in the picture, what bold step would you take? If there was nothing to be worried about, don't think about what next.
Okay, we take calculated risks.
Yes.
Okay, calculated risks. We don't go foolishly into a project. For example, we get all kinds of requests to do various projects, some of them outside of the power, some are kind of tangential, some are related. But we are focused because in this business, you need to look at all the fundamentals and ensure that you are solving the problem, and there are myriads of problems. So yes, we would like to build bigger power plants. We'd like to expand where we are. We'd like to realize the Oma power, which is not exactly where we are, but about 30 kilometers from where we are, going towards Port Harcourt. We actually fully developed it, like I said, even awarded the contract to a company to come and do the EPC works, the engineering, procurement, and construction of it. We've gotten the land fenced off and everything, just ready to go. All the plans had been developed. But that PPA issue came about. So we like to see it come about. We like to also expand from where we are, be able to support the governor of Abia State in his quest to see that power is provided throughout Abia State, not just in the 9 local governments where we serve, but in the rest of the 8 local governments, and perhaps beyond.
Okay.
So these are things that we like to see happen.
Okay, before we wrap things up, this is just like a fun question. Just before we wrap things up, because we've been serious and talking about everything, but sometimes it's also good to slow things down a bit. So I just wanted to ask, is there a talent or capacity you feel you haven't fully used yet as in a talent, something maybe outside of this. Maybe you play the guitar, maybe you sing, maybe you know how to, you're a powerful chef that nobody knows about. What's that one thing about Professor Batinaji that people don't know? Some talent that he has that we don't talk about that much.
When I was in secondary school or in primary school, I used to play the flute. So I could do that quite well, but it wasn't something that I could build a career with. There's something that my wife likes to do, which unfortunately for her, I have deprived her of doing, which is play golf.
Oh.
So I didn't deprive her by, it's just that I didn't want to go learning how to play. And she was actually a wonderful golfer. She was the first lady captain of IBB golf course in Abuja.
Oh, wow.
And here she is, because she got married to me, so she can't golf again. You can imagine. Poor woman.
Poor woman.
So there are things that maybe I could have done, but very difficult to do
now
with my schedule.
Okay. So now, on a final note, if today you were to retire from public enterprise and everything, what unfinished project would you, or idea, would you most regret leaving behind? And who do you hope will carry on with these things? If today we are retired from public enterprise, all these things that you're doing now, and say, okay, I'm retiring, I'm not doing anything. And what unfinished project or idea would you most regret leaving behind? And who do you hope will, carry things on for you?
I've always wanted to build a university of technology. So that's something that I am actually working on. Also, there is an institute of artificial intelligence and robotics, which we have license to build. So there is that. I like to work with my wife on a kind of ecosystem farm that where nothing is a waste. It's actually from Tongai farms.
Oh, okay.
So these are some of the things I like to do, but you can't do everything at once. You have to, one has to focus. Like I said, you have to focus.
Okay.
Take them one by one. But these are things that we are going to do.
Okay.
Now, retiring from public service, or rather public, I'm no longer a public servant, as you know.
Yes.
So I'm a private person now. So I'm actually retired from public service, in effect. So what I'm doing now is private enterprise. And now, would I retire?
No.
I don't know how to retire. That's really going to be a challenge.
I like.
So maybe if I.
I like your enthusiasm. I'm not going to retire. Anyway, so based on everything you said, at 69, if the next 5 years were a new chapter, what would they be about? Would they be about legacy, mentoring, or rebuilding, or something else?
I think two of the ones that you named we build on top of what we have.
Okay.
And we mentor people.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to support young people in their ideas, and also just keep preaching the gospel that there is no shortcut
No shortcut
to success.
No shortcut to
that's
success.
not. We must work through it, work very hard, and work through it. The difference between us and Oyibo people is simply that they start something and finish it. Yes. So what I learned from America is just that you start,
and you finish.
You rigorously go through the processes and you complete. And as long as you have a plan, a solid plan that says, here is where I'll start, here is what I expect to be the outcome, here are the steps, and you continue to go through the steps, you actually don't get tired because you are simply going through the steps.
Sure.
It is when you want to jump to the end, which is what a lot of young people like to do. They like to have a nice car today, immediately. They like to have so much money, big house. If you watch our movies, it's about somebody who leaves the village today and 2 weeks later comes back with a car.
With a car, yeah.
Yes, with a car. A car is a demonstration of success. To us in environment. You say you're building a house, so you build a house. They usually build a house in 1 month. So no, it doesn't work like this.
Thank you so much, Professor Batinaji. I think we have taken, if you leave me, I can talk to you for the next 10 hours because I'm like a sponge. I just like learning and learning and learning. But I think, in fact, everything you said is like, a lot of information that we are taking in and we're still absorbing. And definitely when people see it, they will, learn so much the way I have learned. So I really appreciate your presence. I really appreciate you as a person. And I see that we share some of the same values where, there's no shortcut to success. And you always look at the big picture. Always look at, when you're doing projects, you look beyond yourself and you look at how it will benefit mankind. So on that note, I would like to say thank you so much. Please, let's keep in touch. Let me know what you're doing and how everything is going. Yes. It was nice talking to you. Thank you so much. And do enjoy the rest of your day, sir. Yes, sir. Bye. And thank you. And we have come to the end of today's episode. To be honest, I wish it didn't end. I was having so much fun talking to Professor Batinaji. But like we always say here at Triumph Against Odds podcast, just keep building, keep learning, and don't forget to focus on what is more important. Thank you.